Thank you. So we have the, what is it, the Liveability, I should have checked that, meeting. Liveability Governance Finance Standing Committee meeting. Open for business. There are any leave of absence or apologies. We do have Councillor Jones online. He is attending the meeting online. So I'd like to ask Councillor Duff, will she do the recognition of traditional owners?
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. I'd like to acknowledge country and the land where we meet this morning, the Waka Waka land, and acknowledge the elders both past, present and emerging.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Are there any declarations of interest for the meeting? So I would like to declare a declaration of interest for a section in the closed section of the meeting. (17.1) in the closed section. Does anyone else have any declarations of interest? Yep. So when we come to that section, 17.1, I will step out of the room and won't be in the debate. So we'll move forward. Notices of motion. Blackbutt Century Gardens, 5.1. The committee recommends to Council that Council recycle 2 replaced shade shelters at Lions Park, Kingaroy by gifting such to the Blackbutt Community Development Association for inclusion at the Blackbutt Century Gardens and assist the association in applying to Council for a community grant of $3,000 as follows: $18,000 for road base to improve the walking paths, $12,000 to engage a contractor to install the shade shelters. That's $1,800 and $1,200. It's $3,000. Do we have a mover? Moved by Mayor Otto, a seconder. Seconded by Councillor Henson. Is there any discussion?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, it's my pleasure to put forward this notice of motion to the committee today. Upon meeting with the, thank you for Councillor Jones for organising a meeting with the good residents of Blackbutt who've worked so hard to build the sensory garden into a wonderful community facility down there. It's been a magnificent example of what happens when community work for the best interest, take on board responsibility of working for the best interests, and they really have got their hearts in it. It's a wonderful outcome, and I do acknowledge Councillor Jones for the work he's done in supporting and advocating for the sensory gardens down there. So the motion is, of course, that Council recycle 2 shade shelters that would come out of Lions Park by gifting such to the community, the BCDA in Blackbutt, for inclusion at the sensory gardens, and assist the association in applying to Council for one of our upcoming community grants, as stated. So there's an area set aside down there in the sensory gardens where they don't have any shade shelters. They actually have created a space for that, and they don't have the funding to actually engage a contractor to build a gazebo there as such. Now, I'm not sure if we do have or what will be happening with those shade shelters coming off the northern side of the Lions Park and Kingaroy development, but I suppose it was to put it on the agenda so that we can consider that, get advice from the staff, and then if we're able to make those available, then that we consider as a council whether we're prepared to provide support, and that really is just having an officer assist them in the completion of an application. There's nothing here that would tie the panel, the committee, to definitely approving the grant application. It was really just to provide them with some assistance in completing such. And obviously that would then have to go through the due process of the community grants panel in terms of assessing that. In addition to that, there's issues down there with the pathways. A lot of them need road base. Some of them have got screenings on them. They're finding it really challenging for elderly people to walk through the sensory gardens. And they're also finding it challenging in terms of people on wheelie walkers and other things. So they'd really like to improve the surface. Talking with Councillor Jones, we're looking at about $1,800 there worth of road base to do that. So look, it's probably fairly clear. Madam Chair, I'll leave it at that and welcome debate and commentary from my colleagues. Thank you.
Yeah. Is my hand working there? Sorry to interrupt, just want to get up. Is my hand raised there or
No, it's not.
what? What about now?
Yeah, just
Apparently it was earlier, but not on the screen that I was looking at, but it's up now.
So is that there now or not? No.
Yes, it is there now.
Oh yeah. Okay, thank you.
Councillor
So-
Jones, go ahead.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just in regards to the Mayor's comments there, look, totally understand the process or the purpose of the motion, but for me, I would like to certainly encourage them and just indicate to the group down there that they need to apply for a $33,000 grant, which I think that becomes operational. So I think I would rather, whether we make an amendment or whether the Mayor would be interested in making an amendment to the motion, just to encourage the group down there to follow due process, put in an application into the community grants for $3,000 and break it up as the Mayor has indicated right there. I don't see, I'm sorry, but I really don't see the need to, as a notice of motion. I just think we need to encourage the group to put them through there and then we can discuss that. And as the Mayor's indicated, those shelters, we don't know whether they're good, bad or indifferent or whether they can be done. So, you know, that's just my thoughts on the whole process of do we just go down there and encourage them to put new.
Thank you. Councillor Schumacher?
Thank you for the discussion. My question was just to General Manager O'May in relation to those shade shelters in Lions Park. It was my understanding we're actually trying to remove them because of the age of them. So I was just wondering if you had any further information to share with Council. The report's quite light on, just in relation to the suitability of being able to relocate those Lions Park shelters.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. The idea was to replace them. We've done up the big peanut site there and to put new shelters. We have secured new shelters for those sites. They are quite aged and due for replacement. So yeah, we haven't actually really done any assessment on whether they would be suitable. We haven't got any plans for that I'm aware of to go to any other sites. But yeah, I don't think we haven't pulled them. They haven't been pulled down or replaced yet. But sorry, I haven't actually really investigated that.
Yeah, thank you for the feedback. Certainly, I'm supportive of the motion, as all community groups should be taking advantage of the community grants that are currently open for from Council. I certainly support the Blackbutt Sensory Gardens and the association, what they're trying to achieve there. Been down there a number of times, and certainly from where they've been, where they started to where they are now, they've made an amazing achievement. I'm supportive of if the shelters are in a reasonable condition and can be relocated and used for that purpose, of enabling the group to use them. But it's probably, there's, I think, maybe some investigative work that might need to be considered for addition in the motion. So that's my views on the matter.
Mayor Otto?
Yes, thank you, Chair. Just in light of the comments from my colleagues, Kimberly, if I could suggest a change to the motion that Council investigates repurposing two shade shelters subject to structural soundness, by gifting for gifting to the Blackbutt Community Development Association. And then after the word gardens, and encourage the association to apply.
Yep.
To apply to council for a community grant. Just picking up Councillor Jones's point there, I think that's a good point. So council investigates repurposing 2 shade shelters from Lions Park in Kingaroy, subject to structural soundness, for gifting to the Blackbutt Community Development Association for inclusion at the Blackbutt Sensory Gardens, and encourage the association to apply to council for a community grant of $3,000 as follows.
Are you happy with that change, Councillor Henson?
Yes, Madam Chair, I guess it's a comment more than a question in relation to the refurbishing of it and investigative work. Would there be a comparison there as well as to perhaps new furniture, what the implications might be in relation of replacement furniture rather than refurbishing? Because across our region, and it will come at a later date, we have many of these that we could possibly refurbish, that the costings against the renewal perhaps be considered or looked at as well.
If I can just make a comment on this, I would think that if there is equipment that can be used in other places, I would think that that should be council policy or council, that we would do that we wouldn't just scrap things. And I believe that that is, I know that there are other occasions where they have moved equipment from one park and put it into another park, and I would think that that would be just a due process that happens in council. I'd be disappointed if it didn't. But I'm just a little bit concerned, not with this motion. I think the motion, I think that the idea of what we're doing is very good. However, I'm just at the point where thinking, isn't this really operational stuff? Do we have to, are we going to have all these motions come into council that are really things that we would normally do through the departments? Do they normally come to council from meeting to shift, to reuse some picnic tables or shelters from one park to another? I would have thought that we would have had a little bit more important things to discuss and debate. So, Councillor Duff.
Through you, Madam Chair. The reason why I think that this is important is because it's always been a policy of council, and Deputy Mayor Jones would back me up on this, that anything that we wanted to community groups to apply for had to have the support of council. So the only way that you get the support of the council is through the chamber. So if the council supported that's where those shelters go. Otherwise, there's no direction. Like there could be any number of community groups wanting those shade shelters. So and I agree with you on the fact that we should be looking at recycling, because I think the community sees waste, and I don't want, if they're structurally sound and they can be used, well, that's a great outcome. So, but I definitely think we need this motion so that when they apply for the grant, that they can say, we've got the support of council to do that. So, but the only thing that's, to me, is a bit of an anomaly is the second dot point, 1,200 to engage a contractor to install shade shelters. I think we need to have a proviso that they're, in sound condition. And in also doing that, we would need to have done that research prior to them going through the process, because otherwise we wouldn't give them the $1,200 if they're not in good order. So there's a bit of because that grant is open now and it closes at the end of this month, so there's a bit of a timing issue there. So I just wanted to work out how you're going to get around that. It'd have to be done straight away. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, probably just thinking about this a little bit more, that there is potential risks around this, as with repurposing old equipment, then whether there's going to need to be engineering standards and building designs and costings that are going to come into the fact it's going in a public space, so there's that public liability attached if it's not done to current standards, which can substantially add to the cost of repurposing. So I think it's good that we can investigate that, but then maybe, as Councillor Duff's indicating, that putting the split, I think, for the advising the group what we want them to apply for, I think the 3,000 is fine, but whether they apply for $3,000 and leave the group, because if this whole project ends up costing $4,000, then they want a contribution to it. So anyway, just probably a suggestion, but yeah, that's probably just thinking top of the head. The risks may come if we get engineering designs and that are involved to rebuild it, which seems crazy, but that's the world we live in today.
Thank you. Councillor Potter.
Yes, thank you. Look, I do love the idea of reusing things, and there's also, like, we probably shouldn't just limit it to Lions Park, because we've just taken some shelters out at QE2 in Mergen, so we've probably got them laying around somewhere too. So I just don't think we should limit this to Lions Park. I think it should be, you know, any shelters that we've taken out from any parks recently, because, you know, I'm sure the ones at Mergen, at QE2 Park, would be in great condition. Thank you.
So do you think we could actually amend that to the South Burnett Regional Council investigates repurposing any equipment moved from one park and just investigates repurposing all equipment?
Okay, if I may, Madam Chair, you're probably drifting into a broader policy issue there. This resolution is specific to Blackbutt and the Sensory Garden, so whichever the outcome of that, but certainly as a policy framework, if Council wanted to move a subsequent resolution for, okay, can we have a report on or a policy on repurposing shades? The QE2 Park shelters have certainly come up in conversation. I think there's going to be a couple of people chasing them. So they'll most likely come back to council because there will be competing community groups for these things. And sometimes we do, in all best intention, give it to one group and then the other group says, oh, what about me? Why didn't I get a turn? So it is for all good intention, sometimes can be quite difficult to give things away, as silly as that sounds. But yeah, so if this one could be dealt with Blackbutt, and then we'd a policy or a report back on regifting or repurposing of park equipment.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. I think we've all had ample opportunity to discuss it. We might put it to the vote. All those in...
Point of order, Madam Chair. The mover is entitled to a right of reply.
I thought you'd had 2 opportunities to speak, Mr.
Under
Mayor.
our policy, one gets 5 minutes and 2 minutes. I've used both of those, so I'm now entitled to a right of reply.
Okay, go ahead, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Yeah, look, absolutely understand the concerns here. I'm happy, I think clearly we understand that we'd have to obviously have some investigations done before the grants open. So I would expect that would be a prerequisite to the application being considered. I would imagine that the committee, when they consider the application, would obviously look at, is there a report that comes with the application that indicates that these things have been identified as structurally sound and therefore are able to be eradicated. So I'm quite comfortable with the assessment as to the appropriateness of repurposing these 2 shelters is assessed by the panel when they make that decision as to whether or not to allocate the $3,000. Obviously, if that work isn't done as part of the application, then the committee would obviously have grounds then to say, look, we can't give you the grant because the infrastructure isn't suitable. So I'd be quite comfortable with leaving that to the committee to make that assessment based on a technical report from our officers. Madam Chair, just addressing that issue. So, look, I think it's a community project. These people have done the vast majority of the work themselves. They've developed a wonderful community facility. It's cost us next to nothing. They're not asking for something that's going to benefit them personally. They're asking for something that's going to benefit their community. They do a lot of work down there in their own time, and I'd certainly acknowledge and congratulate them for that and commend this motion, and hopefully I can gain the support of my colleagues on the committee today. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. So all those in favour of the motion? It's carried unanimously.
Chair Erkins?
Yes.
Oh, sorry, no. Next item down.
So the next motion, the committee recommend to council that the South Bennett Regional Council work with the Kingaroy Vegetable Co-op Incorporated to lease Karoo Park or the sports field on Sports Ground Road in Warrullen to the Kingaroy Vegetable Co-op Incorporated. The Kingaroy Vegetable Co-op will then be able to build a community garden that is universally accessible and available to all residents of the South Bennett. By leasing the park to them, they then have the ability to apply for any grants available. Do we have a mover for that motion? Moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Duff. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I've actually sent a motion. I would like to change that motion at the moment I've sent it through to Kimberley. So I just would like to take out the sports ground and Karoo Park for now and just put it in as investigate options of land. So yeah, so investigate the options of land for the Kingaroy Vegetable Co-op. They will be then able to build a community garden that's universally accessible. So if that's what I would like
Councillor
to
Duff, happy to.
Yeah. So the reason behind this is because there may be different ways to go around this. So it may be that because they have already spoken with the Warrullen community and a lot of the different groups out there, they feel that the Warrullen one would be better for them and what they plan to do in the future. And if that area is already leased to the community group out there, it may be that council can work with that community group for the Kingaroy Vegetable Co-op to actually get a sublease from that group. So I just think it'd be really good if we could work with them in this space, because we do have a community garden in Kingaroy which is not used. It's not, it's on land that's owned by council that's in a flood area that, we know we don't even know where that is standing at the moment. And it'd be really good, and it's wonderful that we have a group out there that's willing to take on something to help the community and to teach the community, because the people in this group, they're horticulturalists, they're surveyors, they're just, there's so many people involved in this group that have so many nurses. Well, one's a nurse and a horticulturalist, and it's really good that we've got these amazing people out there willing to help people within our community. And I just can see this going leaps and bounds if we give them the opportunity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Duff. Councillor Potter, anyone else have any comments they'd like to make? Oh, sorry.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, I'm supportive of the motion. I think if we've got interested community organisations like this who want to come forward and look for opportunities to certainly improve the quality of life of others and grow their own vegetables, I think it's a wonderful idea. I think there's many learnings from the previous community gardens that were built and constructed, and I think we should take them into a new project like this. I'm more supportive of investigating all of the options for the land available, because certainly I know council has many different pockets of land, and making sure that we're providing a water source or that there's actually suitable parking and areas for people to undertake these activities, I think is really important. So it'll be good to do a proper review and identify what options exist and continue the conversation. So thank you, Councillor Potter, for bringing it forward. I think it's a wonderful idea.
Thank you. Does anyone else have any comments I'd like to make? We might put that to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously.
Madam Chair, I would like to move a procedural motion that we move item 11.1, the land investigation review, before the notice of motion put forward to us today so that we can discuss that report as per the agenda prior to making a decision.
Can we have a seconder for that motion? Councillor Potter. To proceed on motion that we vote on that. All those in favour? Councillor Henson, you're voting? It's carried unanimously. We'll now proceed to 11.1. Do we have someone, are we having discussion, or are you asking me that, Mr. CEO? Okay, would we like to have a discussion on this before we move to a resolution? Okay. Mr. Mayor?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and through you, you certainly welcome the opportunity to read the officer's report at 11.1. Certainly I've read the report in detail. We've workshopped this report. I'd like to acknowledge and thank Manager Peterson and Rebecca for the work that they've done in putting that together pursuant to Council identifying this as a very important matter for our region. Madam Chair, progressing with the recommendations made in the report in item 2 in a staged approach is really what my notice of motion goes to. My motion basically has been taken from the report on every single item stated in the report from 5.1 to 5.12 or 5.13, and I've addressed that in my notice of motion in accordance with the recommendations from the staff and in accordance with the feedback that we got at that workshop. So thank you, Rebecca, for the work you've done. I look forward to having those recommendations progressed by Council, particularly in light of the fact that we do have a housing crisis in our region. We've got real estate agents and community members screaming out for land across the region, and it's my view that we should proceed without delay. And if we have to resource this space, Manager Peterson, well, then we have to resource it. But I think it's a really important project for our community. The staff have done a great job in putting together a comprehensive report, and I think that as a council, we should pick up that work that they've done and move it forward. And that is therefore the intent of my notice of motion, is to progress this matter as recommended at item 2. Thank you very much, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I absolutely agree. I think it's wonderful that we've done this comprehensive review as per the report. The last review was undertaken in 2011, and there's been a number of other lots that have either been sold or have been identified. And I know when we started this term of council, I got a register from General Manager O'May that had hundreds of little lots of land on it. I'd actually driven all over the region looking at these little lots to find some were pump stations and some were little pieces of reserve. So it's wonderful to have this actually in a report where we can actually make some recommendations and make some moves in terms of opportunities for economic development and housing. My questions only just go to, I understand the notice of motion put forward. In terms of the recommendations that have been made in the report, I guess I just wanted to hear from our staff if there are any further recommendations or areas that they've identified that need to be resourced. And my question is just, we've got some comprehensive costings here throughout the report. I'm mindful of construction costs and the way in which things have changed. My question is really about, as we move forward, how do we ensure, what funds do we have available to actually deliver on these works? And then how do we reinvest the funds that we're collecting if we should sell the properties to be able to continue this work? Because I'm mindful it'll be quite a large parcel of work to actually get trunk infrastructure and the curbing and things that is actually required to open up some of this land. So I guess I'm seeking your advice, General Manager O'May, in terms of how this is resourced and how the budget allocations that we may have to actually see it come to fruition.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So yeah, there's a few different options in here. So some of the options where we're just selling existing land, there isn't a significant cost attached to that. Our issue in that space is we haven't got an officer at the moment because we've moved to a different role. So it's really just, we have advertised for that position. So it's just more of an internal resource, getting someone on board to progress these sort of things. The issues we have with the infrastructure one, so where we are constructing water, sewage, those sort of things. So there's the design costs and obviously the capital cost of that infrastructure we need to determine. As far as funding that, then council would have, I suppose you have to consider what option you want. Do you want to dip into your cash reserves to fund that and recoup through the sale of the allotments? Again, whether that's whether you'll fully cost recover or whether it's I think we're probably too late to in this financial year to be looking at borrowings for that sort of thing. But by the time we do designs and that, it could be next financial year. So if you were looking at taking borrowings for that infrastructure installation, actually it's in the water and sewage area where the cost would come from. So that would probably, the funding decision would have to come back to council once you've got those capital costs. And yeah, certainly borrowing it would be an option because you've got that you'll get the return when you sell the allotments, however long that takes. So yeah, I would say that's probably your two options. As far as just progressing it will be the issue. I again probably need to defer to Tim as far as what capacity, or even with our design team, we would probably have to outsource that work to get that done at the moment, given what the infrastructure guys have got on front of them at the moment. Those ones involving infrastructure are probably the ones that will take the longest to proceed. But where we don't have to do that, it's more a matter of getting someone on board and pushing ahead.
So if I hear you correctly, we're recruiting for a new land officer, a position in that space, and that person could support in terms of progressing the priorities identified in this report and of council in terms of increasing land available for economic development and housing opportunities. So there is some costs that have been established in this report for the areas that do require infrastructure, and I'm supportive of progressing with those because I do genuinely see that as an opportunity to open up more land. I'm just mindful of the risks in terms of spending council cash if we don't have the cash available, or if we spend the cash and then we hold the land for a long period of time. In some instances, I can see some of these lots would sell rather quickly, and others there could be a higher level of risk in terms of their ability to sell. So I'm supportive of progressing this work. I guess I would like to see more information around those design costs, the construction costs, and understanding more around setting our team up for success in terms of delivering on those infrastructure requirements, because these lots I have identified in the report I think are the most valuable in terms of actual residential housing stock, and I think they will actually take the most amount of work to open up. So that's my feeling on the report. I really do recognise and acknowledge the work that's gone in. I know this has been a big project for council since the commencement of this term, something I've been very passionate in seeing delivered, as have you as my colleagues, because the reality is the council actually being able to mow all of this land and maintain all of this land isn't really feasible into the future if there are opportunities for housing. So a giant thank you to Rebecca, Leanne and the team for the work that's been done.
Thank you. Mr Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and through you. Yeah, look, again, you know, my notice of motion, which will be discussed following this matter, does really go to freeing up the land that won't cost anything to council at the moment. So land that's available, that doesn't require infrastructure. There's some recommendations in there from Rebecca around where we could offer them to neighbouring properties. There's recommendations where to be able to do a lot reconfiguration or realignment. And where there are costs involved, such as infrastructure required, my notice of motion talks to having a report brought back to the May Budget Committee meeting with updated costings, because what Manager Rebecca did tell us in that workshop, Madam Chair, is that the costings that she provided around sewerage and water infrastructure are out of date. So they need to be updated. So when we get to my notice of motion, you will see, colleagues, where I speak about giving the staff the opportunity to update those costings so that when we make decisions on those particular lots of land, we understand what the updated costs are. Because since this work was done by Manager Rebecca, as we know, infrastructure costs, construction costs have gone through the roof. So that's going to be a very different figure we're going to be looking at, which I think changes changes markedly the decision we have to make as a council. We get to May and we get that report and it's too costly, we haven't got the money or we don't think it's financially viable, that'll be a matter we can consider then. At this stage, I really support progressing this and I look forward to my notice of motion being discussed as to how we progress this moving forward. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Is there any further input? So do we move forward now to the motion?
Councillors, we've got 11.1 there, so are we going to then, by the leave of the meeting, discuss 5.3 now? Is that just have a discussion?
Mr CEO, through you, Madam Chair, if I could put forward a motion that the committee recommend to council in relation to item 11.1. 1, receive and adopt the land investigation report dated February 2022. 2, progress with the recommendations made in the report, full stop. In the report, subject to available resources. And I think, Mr CEO, if I could move that, that will then will not conflict or usurp my notice of motion, but will in fact underpin it, for want of a better term. So progress with the recommendations made in the report subject to available resources. I'd like to move that motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seconded by Councillor Shoemaker. Would you like to speak to the motion, Mr Mayor?
Yeah, thanks again, Madam Chair. I don't want to take up too much of our colleagues' time. I've probably spoken enough, but look, I think we do need to progress this. As Councillor Shoemaker said, staff have done a lot of work. Let's not get our staff to go and do all these big bodies of work and let these things sit in the drawer and become dust collectors. Let's act on them. We've got a new officer starting. What a great project when the resources become available to progress this for the region. We know that the region's screaming out for land. I think this would be a move that would be welcomed by the community, and I would just like to commend it to my colleagues and hope that I can gain your support. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Absolutely agree. I think the work that's been done is first class. I am really looking forward to working through this over the coming years and actually delivering outcomes for the people of the South Burnett. I recognise that land is a very valuable asset to council, and that with the right approach and the time taken, we can really deliver some really great outcomes for our residents and our region. So thank you for the opportunity. Thank you to the staff. Really passionate about progressing this one.
There any further?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I just want to clarify the motion. I believe the Mayor was, the first dot point was receive and adopt the land investigation report dated February 2023, and the second dot point was progress with the recommendations made in the report subject to available resources. Was that your intention, Mr Mayor?
Yes, it was. Thank you, General Manager. Madam Chair, through you, if I could clarify. Item 2, progress with the recommendation made in the report, subject to available resources. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Are there any further comments? So if there's no further, Mr Mayor, would you like the right of reply? We might put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. So we go now to 5.2. You're leading me astray. 5.3. So 5.3 is this here, as presented. So do we have moved by, is it moved by Mr Mayor, seconded by Councillor Potter? Mr Mayor, would you like to speak to your motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, colleagues, for the opportunity to present this motion to you here today. This is probably one of the most important motions that I presented, and it's nice to be over here joining with you as one of the councillors, having an opportunity to put forward motions and speak on behalf of the community, rather than having to be in the hot seat like Councillor Erkins, dealing with the process facilitating a meeting. I must say, isn't she doing a magnificent job? Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Yeah. And I'll certainly do my best to behave myself. But can I say, this motion is extremely important. Each of the recommendations in this motion go from, so item 5.1 in the land review report provided by Rebecca, 5.1 I haven't included in the motion because 5.1 says we have 4 parcels of land already available to sell. The staff are already progressing it. That's being dealt with operationally. I don't think we need a resolution around that because that's a body of work that is well in train. However, 5.2 through to 5.12 in the report, Madam Chair, does raise a number of issues that the staff have recommended that we progress. And my recommendation, my motion really is just picking up those recommendations from the staff. I have modified them in accordance with the advice we got at the workshop that we had from the staff, where I took copious notes, and then I presented this. So, look, I won't go through the detail other than to address questions from my colleagues, but look, the motion does basically just pick up the recommendations. It gives council an opportunity to progress those land sales where we have land available ready to go now. And it also doesn't commit council to anything that's going to cost money. What it's saying is, if there's going to be a cost involved, let's take the advice of the staff, bring it back with updated cost estimates, and then consider it at the in May of this year as part of our budget considerations. So thank you for the opportunity, Madam Chair.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, definitely, thank you. I certainly agree. I probably would like some clarity just in terms of, I know I took copious amounts of notes as well during that workshop. I've been through the report, I've been through the motion. I just want to confirm that our staff are comfortable with the motion put forward and the recommendations put forward. I've checked and correlated, and I can see there are some slight differences, and I just want to make sure that we're all on the same page and there aren't any concerns that council should be aware of, or anything that's been missed. I do apologise. I do like the detail of these things. General Manager O'May.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So we've been through the resolutions, and as the Mayor's indicated, they've come out of the report, and our initial concern was really more just around the delivery and resourcing and timing of it. Some of these we will report back if we run into an issue, a native title. There's a couple of those ones that might hold up certain things. There's a couple of them where we're doing surveying, but it's more just coordinating those things, and we can report back if there is as we encounter issues. But otherwise, it does give us the head of power, some of those ones where we can delegate to the CEO to negotiate some of the more simpler ones, it will give us that head of power to start progressing the work.
Fantastic. And my other question, just item 5.9, the housing pilot project, residential land at Kelvin Street. I'm just not sure that needs to be in here, provided that we've already got a partnership with Regional Housing and this discussion is well and truly progressed. My suggestion would be to actually remove item 5.9, Mr. Mayor, being that there is a live resolution for that, and that is something that Council's already actively pursuing investment from the Housing Investment Fund to deliver on those social housing outcomes. So I think it just is not relevant.
Mr. Mayor.
Yeah, just if I could address the question from Councillor Schumacher. 5.9, the staff have recommended that council hold the above lots for development by affordable housing providers as per council resolution, and they've listed 4 lots there. So I may have to just make sure that that's clear, because I do know that what I was told by the Premier, that there is another round of funding. I'm not sure where that's at, but I would hope that with this next round of funding, Mr. CEO, that we could again work with RHL, Regional Housing Limited in Bundaberg, to look at these other options that Manager Rebecca has identified at 5.9. So I've got there residential land at Kelvin Street, progressed discussions with Regional Housing and Department as to making the land available in the next round, which apparently is $1 billion for 5,600 new social and affordable homes. And I did take that information from the government's media release. So, yeah, look, if some of those blocks are already underway, fine. But I guess what I'm saying is, if the 2 blocks at Kelvin Street aren't, or if there's, a block at Kelvin Street, could we start to progress that, I guess is what I'm asking. Thank you, Mr. CEO.
Just for clarity, Mr. Mayor, I am referring to each of those projects. We have actually submitted live applications with the state government for those projects, and they're already well in train. So that's where my feedback's come from. If they are unsuccessful, then yes, by all means, I imagine we would resubmit them. But probably confirm that with CEO Mark. My understanding is those discussions have already happened. We've got a live resolution and those projects are progressing through the state government's framework. If you can confirm, CEO Mark.
Jones too. I was going to say through the Mayor, through the Chair. The Kelvin Street, yes, there was a previous resolution and they've been acted upon. So we had its public advice. So Kingaroy Street was successful, which has been previously released. There are other blocks sitting in the system from that original resolution. It's difficult because there has been no final decision, so if they need to go in the next round, but certainly we acted upon at the same time as we put the submission in for Kingaroy Street, we acted upon the other blocks as well that were picked up in that resolution. Now, there's no final outcome on those other blocks, but we did put those submissions in, so they're still in the system.
Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Matt Chair. Just a question through you to the Mayor, I guess. With the proposals of selling all this land, and I think the question might have been raised earlier, with the collection of funds from these possible sales, I'm sure you'd have some sort of a thought process behind what you would think would be the benefit to our region as far as the money and how you want it distributed, or how you see it's going to benefit the council and the ratepayers. Just your thoughts on that, on what your ideas are of when all these blocks of land or houses or whatever are dispersed of.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, with leave of the meeting, if I could address that question. Thank you, Councillor Jones. Probably hadn't thought that far ahead at this stage. It was really just about activating land availability to address the housing crisis and to support our construction industry. I would have thought that probably the money would come back into a pool of funds that will be held in Council's bank account, and that into the future Council would then consider options that could perhaps come from our technical officers as to how those funds could be applied. I know Manager Leanne is here, and I'm sure that their staff would be able to come forward with a list of projects that those funds could be applied to. So I'd certainly want to see the money go back into benefiting the community. But what that looks like, I think I'd probably want to see that come back with a report from the staff and give us the opportunity to work through the options at some stage in the future. So, probably happy to leave that as open for future discussion by council. Thank you, Councillor Jones.
Councillor Jones, you're happy with that?
Yeah, I am, Chair. And I take on board the comments in regards to land shortage and all that, but I drive around and it amazes me that there's developers and all that, and I know they keep coming back and blaming our planning and all that sort of stuff, but any time I've had any issues and had to deal with the planning officers and all that sort of stuff, they've been nothing but helpful. But like, there's a number of large developments that have not seen the light of day. They keep, I don't know what's going on. I think they've missed the boom. The boom's been and gone, I think. And if I was a developer and I was hanging on to a large parcel of land where I had an opportunity to develop, and especially with the incentive scheme that the council's got forward now, it is just mind-boggling at different times that our South Burnett region is still saying that we've got a shortage of land when we've got so many DA applications in, but nothing seems to eventuate. But anyway, happy with the answer. Thank you.
So I have a couple of issues on it. The Park Reserve at Lee Court, Nanango. I'm a little concerned as to community consultation, because I do know, for example, Mr Mayor, you had a meeting that councillors, or a community consultation in Nanango on Friday that we did advertise and push quite heavily through social media, and the number of people who have come back to me afterwards and said that they were unaware of it. So I'm a little concerned that sometimes our community consultation does not really reach the people that it should. So that's on the Park Reserve at Lee Court, because although it is just a little lonely little park, it does get used. I've spoken to neighbours in the area and that does get used. So I would be concerned for the public consultation. The other one is the house, the single dwelling at 95 Brisbane Street. We're talking about getting houses. If we were to put that on the market, I can tell you you'll have one more homeless person in Nanango, because that is a rented house, and the person that's renting that will find, if that's sold to someone moving in and they decide to move into it themselves, come into the area and move into it, you're going to have somebody there who's lived there for quite a number of years and will have nowhere to go to. So that would be my concern on those two. And I'm also just seeking clarification as to whether 5.9 is staying in there or coming out. Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. If I could rely on 3.41.2 of our standing orders to ask a categorical question. 2 questions, no debate, but a direct question. In response to item 5.9, Regional Housing Limited, the Kelvin Street block, can I confirm yes or no from our officers that we have progressed, we are progressing Kelvin Street as a regional housing project?
Thank you. Thank you very much. Yeah. Short answer, Mayor. It was submitted in the previous resolution with Kingaroy Street. So, yeah, have we got an answer for you? No, but it was submitted at the Kingaroy Street time.
So, if I can again using 341.2, Mr. CEO, if it was submitted at the time, will that mean that it's then going to be? Are we going to now? Can we automatically, with the head of power from that resolution, submit it under round 2 that the Premier's announced?
Yeah, certainly, Mayor. It would be. It's been tagged for the Regional Housing Partnership. So, I'd have to go back and look at the actual resolution. But yeah, I would think it's still active in the system as far as. I'm trying to be succinct. Yes. we would continue to progress it until I'm told otherwise.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. Next question was in relation to the single unit dwelling at 95 Brisbane Street, Menango. Madam Chair's raised issues about displacing someone that's actually living in that. I'd like to ask Manager Rebecca, who completed the report and recommended that that could be sold, the basis of the recommendation, or through you, General Manager, the basis of a recommendation that we do sell 95 Brisbane Street, Menango, are we aware that that's going to cause for the dislocation of a resident? And as part of that question, are there significant costs associated with maintaining that if we continue to own it in reasonable condition? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Mr. Mayor. Yeah, so I can confirm that the basis of the recommendation of selling that property was based on a previous asset condition audit, which did indicate over the coming years a substantial amount of maintenance works and costs to council. So that was where the basis of the recommendation was, that the condition of the house is going to require a large investment over the coming year. So that was where it was separated out from other council properties, was the differentiation. As far as the comment about whether you dislocate someone, then that's haven't really got a comment around that one.
I do know that we have another property in Railway Lane. Would you think that that would be less of a maintenance cost than the one in Brisbane Street?
You're not familiar with that one, I'll have to call on Beck. Don't know that.
Thank you, through you, Chair. That Railway Lane property sits on a reserve, so it's not an individual parcel that is readily available for sale.
Thank you. So I still actually am unsure what you're saying about item 5.9 as to whether that's in or out.
Is that it? Is the question for me, Madam Chair? Yeah.
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Look, if we can be confident that that will be definitely progressed as part of round 2 of the Housing Investment Fund, then it can come out. Thank you.
Who seconded that? Okay, with the consent of the mover and seconder. I personally could not support the motion while the Brisbane Street property was in there, I'm afraid.
Again, 3.41.2, direct question. Is there a tenant living in the Brisbane Street property who would be potentially dislocated from their home if we were to sell that property? Thank you, officers.
Through you, Chair. I guess the property is tenanted at the moment, and if it is sold on the open market, it could be a potential that that tenant is displaced. We would go through the normal real estate process of issuing notices of intention to sell and follow that process duly, but depends on the purchaser and what they want to do with the property. It's totally up to them whether they retain the tenant.
Madam Chair, may I speak?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, and on the basis of that advice and your concerns, I agree with you. I would be happy to change item 8 to say that council retains all existing properties, full stop, and take the rest out. And the reason I think we should leave that in there is that the recommendation does talk about considering selling those properties in the Menango. And I know, Madam Chair, you raised the concerns about selling some of those properties because people were living in them. So I think in light of that advice now, that I'm happy to have that change to simply say that we retain all those existing properties. And for the reasons you've mentioned, Madam Chair, we don't want to be pushing people out of their homes. So I'd like to change it to say that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So, mover and seconder agree to that? Sorry, Councillor Potter, do you agree? I think councillor Henson, you had your light on before.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Mayor, for the motion that you've put forward today. Councillor Jones touched on it before, and can I just bring to the Chamber's attention that in the event of all this and the assets of council in our community, we have spoke previously about when this happens that sometimes that those monies be retained in those communities or those towns. I'm sure, and as you stated yourself, Mr Mayor, you're not sure just where that money might be earmarked at this point in time, but we know very well, I'm sure, that our communities would expect in most of these items that that money they would like to see stay in their region or in their villages or towns. I guess that's something that council needs to be aware of in the event of this progressing. And the other thing I just probably for comment through you, Chair, Madam Chair, Flinders is releasing, and it starts on Friday, I believe, Thursday or Friday, the auction of 48 blocks. Now, just for a little bit of useless information, as my colleagues sometimes frown upon or smile upon, I wish Flinders all the best, and it will be interesting to see just exactly what happens in that space. And for, I guess, ours and the public's knowledge, Flinders has a population of 1,499 people with an area of 41,000 square kilometres, with 48 blocks going up in that auction. South Burnett has 8,000 square kilometres and 32,000 people. So it'll be interesting just to see how they go in that area. It's a massive area with 48 blocks, and they're doing the same. They're trying to encourage people to come to their shire and their region. So it'll be interesting next week as to how that progresses. Thanks, Madam Chair.
Just before I go to you, councillor Duff, I do know that the last land that we did move to sell was in Hivesville, where it was debated whether that money was to be spent in Hivesville, and I believe that the money was going to go into a pool to be spent where it was needed most. So to you, councillor Duff.
That's, I can't change that. But my question was on these, it's item 11, other opportunities for residential
So,
land.
excuse me, councillor Duff, I think you misunderstood what I said. What I actually said was that the money was not spent in Hivesville, the money went into a pool. So that was a precedent that was set. We did say that just because the land was in a town, it didn't necessarily have to be spent there, because I know that, councillor Duff, you did argue very strongly that you wanted the money spent there, but it was decided by the chamber that the money went into a pool where it was spent where it was needed. Just to clarify that. Sorry, councillor Duff.
Rule 12, a Kentucky girl named Shannon Hughes posted 6 times. Self-defense.
Sorry. Council undertakes a native title review and community consultation on the following land assets as prospective rural residential lots as part of the operational plan. That's the Park Reserve land at Vidello Drive, Moffedale, and the Park Reserve land at Fisher Street, North Kingaroy. I just think it's premature to go out to community consultation on both of those without us knowing the process and the cost, because I know that in previous terms of council we've investigated changing parkland into residential lots or rural residential lots. It's a bit massive process and it's a cost. Council has to actually buy the land back. Why would you go to community consultation without having that detail so that we know exactly what we're taking on before I just think it's premature to go to community consultation. I think council undertakes a native title review and investigates the process to change those lots and the cost, and then progress community consultation.
Mr Mayor, do you want to answer that question?
Thank you. My apologies. But if I could answer the question, councillor Duffy, I know you certainly spoke. I don't think even took me out to Moffedale and showed me those lots and said how they would be a great example of where we could do some rural residential lots out there. Moffedale's a very, very popular area at the moment. I'm told you can't buy land there, it's all sold out, and there's people wanting to move there. Secondly, Fisher Street, well, both those were discussed at our workshop as opportunities for development. So I agree with you though, let's not commit to something that's going to cost us a lot of money. And I'm wondering with you all, with the leave of the meeting, Madam Chair, whether I could change item 11 to say that council considers including a native title review and community consultation on the following land assets when developing its operational, when finalising, Kimberley, when finalising its operational plan for 23-24. So what I'm indicating there then, Madam Chair, is that we don't commit to doing it. We just consider it when we look at the operational plan. And if we then go to finalise the operational plan and say, well, look, it's just going to be too expensive to do that because of the work required to get it through the state government, well, then we might actually just not put it in the operational plan and not do it.
Thank you, Mr Mayor.
I'd just like to leave it in the system. Thank you.
Councillor Potter, you had your light on.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, look, thank you very much for taking up Brisbane Street, Kelvin Street, and also thank you for changing the Fisher Street one, so I appreciate that. Just a couple of questions. We've been asked this question via email and yesterday with regards to the rural and tennis courts and the one-day netball courts. So I'm just wondering whether they would sit in that plan of yours at all, Mr Mayor, or whether that is something down the track. Thank you.
Go ahead, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor, for the question. I hadn't addressed that because it wasn't picked up in the land review report at this stage. So I guess I was probably leaving that aside as another issue to be considered by council, subject to the available time of our staff into the future. But certainly had no intention of putting Wirral on there at this stage, unless council was of an appetite to do that. Yeah, thank you, Councillor.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Thank you. I've just identified that on page 20 of the land review report, and certainly on page 22, I'm probably just confused with regards to number 11. We've only selected the Parkland Reserve at Videla Drive and Fisher Street. I know I've been advocating for similar investigations to be undertaken for Earl Park here in Kingaroy on Haley Street. We've had some preliminary discussions also about Jubilee Park. And also I identified in the report there's a number of other lots there, reserves for park across the region. I know we've had preliminary consultation. I've been out to Walters Road, certainly been on Videla Drive with Councillor Duff previously. So I'm wondering why not all of these recommendations were included, and if the previous resolution, which was to adopt the report, is enough for those continued investigations to occur, because I agree with Councillor Duff, it is a long, timely process, but I do know, for instance, with the Earl Park Reserve, there could be an opportunity that perhaps would be much more easier to achieve quite a lot of residential lots there. So my concern, Mr Mayor, is not all the detail is here in your motion, and I just want to confirm with the previous motion, maybe it's a question for you, CEO Mark, the previous motion that we made, that work for those other lots and the other parcels of land and opportunities, significant opportunities for housing outcomes, will be investigated. So we are progressing with all recommendations made in the report. This notice of motion then purely is just in addition to the adoption. Okay, I'm comfortable. Thank you.
Mr Mayor, would you like to, I think we've had a lot of discussion, would you like to close?
Yeah, thanks very much for the opportunity, Madam Chair, and I will try to be brief. Look, first of all, I hear your concerns about Lee Court and Menango. We just can't jump into that. But what I'm saying there in the motion is that we act immediately to progress. And when I say immediately, this is underpinned, or I suppose has a caveat over it. The caveat is the previous motion that said subject to available resources. So we're keeping in mind that when I say act immediately, subject to available resources, as adopted in the previous motion. But what I'm saying here is that with Lee Court and Nanango, I know Councillor Froeloff had previously raised this when we'd driven around the Nanango. I think one stage she showed us Lee Court. So what I'm saying there is that we act immediately to progress community consultation. And rather than and an application, and then perhaps we say, and consider an application. Because I certainly wouldn't want to forge ahead if the community don't want us to do so. So that one really is about, let's go to the community and get some feedback, like we did with the Malta Road Parkland. Could we do a similar thing with the Lee Park Reserve? So I just wanted to clarify that. Other than that, look, I think we all know we've got a housing crisis. Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker and Potter, for joining me.
Excuse me, Mr Mayor, can you just clarify that for Kimberley?
Oh, sorry. Yeah, Kimberley, just with 5 point... where was I now? I've really lost myself, aren't I? 5.8, was it? Just put the word consider. Yeah, thank you, Kimberley. So, look, thank you, Councillor Potter and Shoemaker. With the three of us met with a prominent real estate agent only a couple of days, or 2 days ago, I think, was it? Recently anyway, in relation to what's happening in the market. His words to us were that he's not seeing the market cool off here in the South Burnett. We're seeing some cooling off happening in the bigger centres, Brisbane, the coast. We're not seeing it here in the South Burnett. He indicated that the market is still strong and that we need more land. Please correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Potter or Shoemaker, but he did say we need more land. So the market is still strong. We need more land. We have a housing crisis. At some point in time, our builders are going to run out of land. We have people wanting to move to the region. I don't think that that the bird has flown the coop. I don't think the window of opportunity has closed. I think our region is still popular. I think people want to come here. We're still affordable. And I do feel confident that if we free up this land, we not only reduce our operational costs for having to mow and maintain these blocks of land, and let's face it, our parks and guards and staff are under massive pressure to mow hectares and hectares of land. Let's take this load off our staff. Let's sell the land. Let's free it up to build new houses. Let's get the rates revenue into the future from having these properties built. And I just think it's going to be a win for the community, a win for the council, a win for us economically, and a win in terms of helping us address the housing crisis. And I passionately commend it to my colleagues here in the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. I just missed Councillor Jones had his hand up, so just go to Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. Just
Sorry,
look,
Councillor.
in regards to this,
Sorry, Councillor Jones. I'm just getting some advice. I've closed the debate. Sorry, Councillor.
no worries, all good.
Okay, so we might put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. I'd like to move now that we go to morning tea, seconded by Councillor Henson. Thank you. Okay, so just to note that Councillor Jones is not in attendance at present. He's probably swimming, backstroking on the beach. So to 5.4. We're resuming the meeting at 10:43. Thank you, Mr CEO. I'll move that we commence the meeting. Can someone second that? Councillor Henson, all in favour? Carried. So 5.4 is a notice of motion. Can I just ask whether this has actually been attended to, or whether the council approved the scope of work and associated budget, if required, operational budget, if required, to address the overgrown grass, vegetation, dead trees, branches, debris throughout the Mergen Gully, commencing at the intersection of Heading and Leach Streets and ending at the bridge crossing on Thorn Street, that such works are completed prior to April the 6th, which is Easter weekend. Hasn't been done? Okay. Councillor Duff, would you like to?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I'd like to move the motion. Yes, that council approve the scope of works and associated operational budget if required to address the overgrown grass, vegetation, dead trees, branches and debris throughout the Mergen Gully, commencing at the intersection of Heading and Light Streets and ending at the bridge crossing on Thorn Street, that such works are completed prior to April 6, 2023. Thank you.
For seconder for the motion? Mayor Otto. Speak to the motion, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So they did commence and then they stopped. So there's been a little bit of work done around Like Street and just a tiny bit, and then that was just before Christmas. And now I've had a look in the last few days, and it's none of the rest of the gully is still all overgrown. Back in I talked to a lot of the residents, and back in pre-amalgamation, that whole Mergen Gully was kept slashed and looked after, and now it's just it's a haven for breeding ground for mosquitoes. It runs right through that Mergen area, and it's very concerning for snakes, just the whole visibility of the town. And yes, so that's why I'm really keen to see that it progresses. I don't know why they actually stopped. The feedback I got was that yes, they were going to just continue and do it, and then nothing's happened since Christmas. So just wanting to get that happening. Thank you.
Anyone else like to speak? Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I would just, through you, Madam Chair, to Peter, I just would like to know if this is on the forward works list or it's in the process of being done. Definitely, is this all council land, or does this back onto personal land as well? And the other question is, if it's not already in the process or on the budget, what are we not going to do so we do this? That's what I would like to know. Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, my understanding is that the work has been allocated to a contractor to complete. So I did speak to the coordinator prior to him leaving council, and said that they had commenced. They have had issues in some bits where it's wet, or they might need different equipment. My understanding is that it has been orders have been raised with the contractor to complete the works, and they haven't been back there. So it is something that we can follow up. It is council responsibility, whether it be reserve land for the drain. But yeah, my understanding it would be council or all council.
Thank you, General Manager. Sorry, go ahead.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair. Just a follow-up question to that then. So if this is already something that we've got in the works, do we actually need a motion for that? Through you, Madam Chair. Probably advice there.
Through you, Mr. CEO.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, Chair, how do you give advice on that? If the works are programmed, then the timing will be dependent whether we're able to achieve it. The committee carries no delegation, so I'll have to go to if it was accepted by the meeting. It's basically, how I read it, a resolution to reaffirm. It just reaffirms what's already happening. So does it have any practical effect? Probably not. Does it have any negative effect? Probably not. So it's really up to the council whether they want to pass it or not. But it does no harm if it's passed. That's probably where I'll go.
Thank you. Councillor, sorry, Ms. GM.
Might have a comment on that. As the CEO said, it doesn't hurt if we do pass. It is something that is probably out of the ordinary too. It's not a current service that we are providing. So if council does approve it, I think it is good that we if we run through it now, we'll have a costing. So when we are talking about budget, is whether this is the standard, the service level that we are going to provide. So it's not something, as Councillor Duff has said, it's not something we have been doing for a number of years. So to run through it and have it tidied up, that will give us a good costing that we can bring back to council. So if it is council's intention, we're going to continue that level of service, and you'll have a more accurate costing. Yeah, it is very labour intensive. If we try to do it ourselves with whippersnippers, then it's really costing labour. So that's why we've engaged contractors with the machines. So yeah, I agree with the CEO if it's there at all or not, but it probably doesn't hurt if it is approved. Then we've got that head of power to go back, and we'll report back on the costings.
Thank you. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. Certainly think, having a look if there are residential properties in the area, and it is council-owned land, it is our responsibility to maintain it. I'd probably like to understand why. It's probably that bigger picture service level discussion that I know we're keen to have, is why we stopped maintaining it and why it hasn't been looked at for such a period of time, and where there are other instances like this across the region where perhaps things have changed after amalgamation and the service level has changed. I'm mindful that decisions like these, when we're making them off the cuff and not looking at that bigger picture, it's difficult to determine where the gaps are and where we are actually delivering good services and where we're not. And I guess systematically, I'm just thinking about why wouldn't our crews sort of identify this? Had they already identified it? Was it in a system? Why had it not been done? Why would it come back through this process? That's probably something I would better like to understand from a systematic point of view, where those gaps are, because every town has stories like these where someone may have mowed or slashed or looked after an area that wasn't looked after into the future. So I'm probably interested more in that bigger picture. And yes, certainly Leanne, Manager Leanne, I'd welcome any feedback you have about this project and any others for that matter in relation to service standards.
Yep, thank you for your question, Councillor, through you, Chairperson. Certainly we're working on this across the region. There are a number of sites, especially in our drains, that we would like to have a look at. I think you're exactly right. I think our service level has changed since amalgamation based on the budgets and the resources that we have. We have actually mapped all of our mowing across the region. And we're in the process of ground truthing that, and certainly this summer was the ideal time to do that because it's growing and there's lots of storms and growth across, and we really wanted to see whether or not we've got the work crews and how do we get them across the region to actually maintain to the level that council wants to through the level of service, and test that at the moment. So that's what we're doing, and so therefore we are picking up spots that we just cannot get to, and we've had to bring in contractors to get to that. Also, you've got community giving us feedback through customer requests as well as councillors as well. So some of it at time does seem like it's ad hoc, because we have got those requests, and we do try to follow up that because people are concerned. And we've also not only just got drains, but we've also got a lot of fire breaks as well. So we're re-looking at some of them, because some of that has dropped away as well, once again, because we're trying to meet our priority areas. But we can see as over the summer it started to get dry, we needed to re-look at some of those fire breaks. So we're very aware of it. We are trying to work through it, ground truth it, and bring back some meaningful information to council where we feel like we've got good advice and good costings to give you some clear understanding of what's happening out on the ground.
Just a supplementary question, Madam Chair. Just through that process, Leanne, your Parks and Gardens team, how are they engaging in that process, or are they actually being able to provide feedback directly to yourself or management around how to best address some of these situations, or what their thoughts may be in relation to issues like this?
Yep, most definitely. We've got some supervisors meetings. We've got the maps out on the ground now where the troops are actually looking at the maps, which is great. And also in the mix of that, you've got new equipment coming through as well. So my previous managers that have been here in Parks and Gardens have looked at a number of efficiencies that could be made with equipment, with different types of mowers and slashers, and that's coming through the fleet process. So I think this week we have a new piece of fleet arriving, which is a Trimax slasher. So that's another item that we get to put into the mix. It's a large slasher. So what efficiencies can we gain through that piece of equipment? So very much so the troops on the ground, the officers are ground truthing, testing new equipment, giving us feedback, and fully engaged in the process to find those efficiencies and help create that level of service that the organisation wants.
Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, look, fully appreciate your concerns, Councillor Duff, with this, but I would suggest in the last 12 months we've had 5 major weather events that wouldn't have allowed Parks and Garden staff to get to anything. And on the fire front, I know I had regular contact with fire officers in the event of fire breaks. They couldn't even get out and they were bogging their trucks. So we've gone from one extreme to the other. So I would suggest that in time the Parks and Garden staff and other relevant contractors I would suspect, get on top of these, because they've probably only just been drawing out in the last month anyway. And appreciate that being said, they've been absolutely flat out trying to keep on top of all the mowing that's had to take place throughout the region anyway. So I would suggest that this is a work in progress and the staff are doing their utmost to attend to it. So thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Henson. Councillor Duff, would you like to write a reply?
I think that there's been adequate debate. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. (5.5) Notice of motion that the committee recommend to council that the South Burnett Council start the process of organising a management committee for the country university centres, of which the hub will be in Kingaroy, with later expectations of the centre opening satellite CUCs in the surrounding towns and villages, including Sherbrooke. Moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Duff. Would you like to speak to the motion?
Most definitely, Madam Chair. So Councillor Henson and myself did that little tour out west. It did shine a light on how wonderful the CUCs are within the different communities and how communities can grow and benefit from a CUC. We are more likely to gain people moving to the area if they've got partners that are studying, and otherwise they will not move if there is no area here that they can study in. So by having a CUC, we will benefit those. We'll benefit the school leavers that don't actually want to leave town. We'll also benefit the families that can't afford to go to university, but the kids really have a passion for something. So they can still study within their own, live and work within their own community. So I think if you read through all the rationale there, you grow your own. And I think if we can, if we set up the working group correctly with the right amount of people, I know I've got some suggestions down there, but it has since been brought to my attention with suggestions for management committee. We probably should have 2 education representatives, whether it be TAFE and, education department. And another suggestion was to have Baido down there as well, because Baido actually are trying to work in this space also, so it'd be really good to have their support and help on any applications that we can do. So Baido would be willing to actually help us co-design something along this line, so I think we should be adding Baido there into that, into those suggestions for management committee. But the benefits of having a CUC, I don't even have to tell council, because even our own council staff would benefit from that. So council itself would benefit, the community would benefit, and with the changing of the renewable energies, we've got all those different changes in that space. So, it would just be a university hub for all, and I can only see a benefit for this, and I would really hope that my councillors support me in this. Thank you.
Thank you. Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, this is one thing through council's term, my term in council, and appreciate Councillor Potter. This is one of the most exciting things I've been to in 3 years. To give you some figures on these, in Roma, St George and Dirranbandy, and their western communities, of course, but they exceeded their expectations in Roma, I think threefold, correct me if I'm wrong, Councillor Potter, but threefold in their first 12 months of operation. Now, those numbers, and again, don't quote me, but I think they were around the 201 that went to that facility. St George had 78 and Dirranbandy had 9. There's 600 residents in Dirranbandy, so they kept nine of their youth in their local community. So how good's that? In the event of having one here in the South Burnett, I think it would be absolutely sensational. A huge saving to family and the young people of today. Initially straight up, and I don't know anything about universities or children, but it's a $20,000 saving straight up from not having to send them down to a university outside of our region. So I really look forward to the support of the Chambers in this, and I think it's an absolutely sensational vision for this region and the South Burnett. So commend Councillor Potter on this motion and fully supportive of it.
Councillor Otto, Mayor Otto, sorry.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Through you, I'd like to first of all thank Councillor Potter and Councillor Henson for going on that very vast trip into southern Western Queensland to investigate what's happening in other rural regional areas in relation to country university centres and representing our council and community in doing so. Madam Chair, I think this is a tremendous initiative, a wonderful motion. The formation of the Management Committee as proposed in this motion by Councillor Potter is the next step that's being recommended by the country university centres people. They've really said, well, where to now? We asked them that question, Councillor Potter asked them that question, the response was, well, you can't progress anything unless you get a management committee in place, a local management committee to drive it. So I think this is the next step. I think it's a spot-on motion. It's excellent. The country university centre, I completely support that. Why do I support that? Because our region has been crying out for this for some time. And it's not just for undergraduates, it's for postgraduate studies where we have people who are perhaps school teachers or nurses or doctors or engineers in our organisation or accountants in our organisation who want to take postgraduate studies. This gives them the opportunity, Madam Chair, to have access to resources to do that. And we know that today a lot of tertiary education is now online. Tutes, lectures, a lot online. Wouldn't it be great to have a facility where people could go and they could actually engage online with other students in that environment? So look, I think it's a wonderful initiative, and you've got my full support, Councillor Potter. Thank you.
One of the things that I see, and I have friends who have done their university degrees through correspondence, if they leave school and they go to, they do it all by correspondence, they really miss a lot of that peer support and talking and sharing that experience. So I think it's a great thing as well. Do you have something else to add, Councillor Henson?
I did, Madam Chair, and I've been sidetracked and I'm going to babble for a minute before I can remember what I was going to say. But in our walk down Kingaroy Street the other day, Councillor Potter and I engaged in a conversation with a lovely young lady that is going away to university, and you yourself, Councillor Erkins, Madam Chair, that of course we don't have this facility here, so she's going away to Gatton this year, I beg your pardon. So had that been, but I seriously, and if there's any of the public, and I'd love to see our media relations get on this and encourage our community to have a look at these CUCs and see what's available for their kids of tomorrow, because if we can get one of these facilities operation within our region, that is just a win-win for everybody.
Do you have something else to add? Final? Oh, sorry, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Certainly, thank you, Councillor Potter, for bringing the motion forward. I certainly agree with everything that's been said. I think it's a real key to upskilling our local people, to helping fill those gaps that we hear of regularly through small business and alike in our region, particularly industry leaders as well, who are seeking professionals. Isn't it a wonderful opportunity to home grow our own? I've been very inspired by other regions. I know I spent some time with the Mount Isa Mayor at the LGAQ conference, and she explained how it's really changed the fabric of their local community, and I think that's a really exciting opportunity for us here in the region. I just finished my last uni exam of my degree on Friday, and I've studied part-time in this region since 2017. I have never stepped foot on a university campus because I'm a full-time working mum who runs a business and a farm in her spare time. So I can certainly know firsthand the difference being able to have a facility like this for other mothers and parents like me with small children, what it would make if you had a place where you can go with good internet connectivity, some air conditioning, and some space without people speaking and interrupting you all the time. I think this is a massive opportunity for regional people of all ages here in the South Burnett, and I'm really inspired by what other regions are doing, and hope that we can deliver the same outcomes for the people of our region so there can be more uni graduates just like me.
Congratulations on finishing your degree as well. Councillor Potter, would you like to sum up?
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'd just like to bring a point that in that last section of the rationale, like the Sherbrooke Aboriginal Shire Council have indicated their support for this, and they would love to be involved. And also, I've spoken to Powerlink, and because Powerlink are already a foundation sponsor of the CUC in Maranoa at Roma, and they would actually be supportive to explore their involvement with the Kingaroy Centre. So with this in mind, I just think once we get this management committee, we can look for those other forms of investment. And I've been talking to LGAQ with regards to this as well along those lines. And I literally have just been invited to a meeting with LGAQ and state government along the education line. So it's really quite exciting to be in this space right now. Thank you.
Thank you. We might put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. (5.6) Notice of motion on the Nanango walking track slashing. The committee recommends to council. The council undertakes the slashing. You're changing that. Undertakes the slashing of the overgrown area containing previously planted trees at the park land/road reserve area adjacent to the pedestrian pathway in South Nanango Diagonal Highway as part of its regular parks and garden maintenance program. Do you have a mover for the motion? Mayor Otto. Seconder for the motion? Councillor Duff. Would you like to speak to the motion, Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. I might, first of all, just go straight to the rationale. This pathway is used extensively. I'm sure, as you'd be aware, Madam Chair, being someone that's often down there yourself at the park run, by people in Nanango, residents, families, elderly people. I'd like to congratulate the Nanango community on the success of the park run. You drive through there on a Saturday morning, if you're one of the lazy individuals like me, and look at all these great people out using that pathway, and I think to myself, I really have to get there next Saturday. You know, it's New Year's resolution, eh? Look, there is a large area on the western side of the pedestrian pathway that's overgrown. It hasn't been slashed because I think trees were planted there under some previous program, under a previous council. I might rely on my more experienced colleagues to advise us what happened there. But the residents have come forward. One day I was down there at the park run and said, look, they said, Mr. Mayor, can we do something about this? We're concerned the grass is overgrown, it's very close to the parkway, we're concerned about snakes, vermin and the safety for people. You know, we have young women, elderly women walking through there late in the afternoon. And they just asked whether council would be prepared to consider, General Manager May, putting the slashing on our program. They're not wanting to obviously, take out trees. There are some small trees there that just have not thrived. They haven't grown. It may be that they have to go, but any of the advanced trees, the community were quite happy that we mow around them or slash around them. Our Parks and Gardens team have done a great job of doing this sort of work on the verges of the rail trail at Tingura, at Crawford, Tingura, Memarambi. Go and have a look. They look absolutely magnificent now when you drive through those towns with those big verges mowed. If we could do this and have that nice big open area, I think the Nanango community would be very grateful. But of course, I'd be guided by you there as the local councillor, Madam Chair. But certainly would like to commend this on behalf of the Nanango community to the council committee meeting. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I did actually speak to some of the people from the park run. They did feel that it was far enough away from the path. They had a few other issues that they felt needed addressing rather than the trees. I did go out and take some photos. There are quite a number of those trees that have taken, and I just don't know the expense or the effort that they would have to go to try and slash in between them. I think it would be a fairly intensive operation to do that. So I just don't know whether it would be really practical, but maybe Leanne can, or through you, sorry, General Manager.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, so this is probably an area we haven't been out and done a costing on what it would take to do. There would be a bit of work to actually establish it if it is previously or hasn't been slashed much, so we would need to, I suppose, use the posi tracker, get it mulched down, and just not sure on how much additional time it does add. I would suggest it's probably one of those ones is when we're doing those service level reviews and we are mapping all of our mowing areas, that it be included in those reviews, so we are actually, I suppose if we are going to mow this area, does that mean that another area has to drop off so that we can maintain it? So just probably caution against just adding an area in where we haven't actually gone and include that costing. It would be good if it was part of that service level review that Manager Peterson was talking about before with the guys and ground truthing what we are doing.
Yeah, just to add to General Manager's comments, it was part of initial part of a government program to plant those trees under the Fire and Biodiversity grant that we received some years ago, and the idea was to actually revegetate that area and bring back natural grasslands, and it's not just trees, there's a lot of shrubs in there as well and ground cover. So my understanding, the intent was to sort of revegetate the area, and it was a huge expense to council to actually slash that area. So the idea was initially to try to reduce our slashed areas out there. And that area is actually main road, and we don't actually get any contribution from main roads to slash that strip through there. So yeah, initially the government funded program was to regenerate it and return it back to bushland. So we probably just need to have a look under those funding requirements. Yeah, if we were to, I'm not saying we would remove the trees and the species, but yeah, now trying to get a slasher in there. It's certainly not planted in rows, so the trees and the plants are all scattered, so it's probably going to be difficult to put a slasher back into that particular site.
Thank you. Councillor Jones.
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Yeah, totally agree. Leanne touched on it just there. Look, there was a scheme or whatever it was, but I believe that they were planted there simply to reduce the amount of mowing and all that we have to do to the staff. And the Mayor touched on Crawford, all these rail trail verges and all that. Our garden and parks and garden staff are completely under the pump, and I see some posts out there bloody talking about how much the gardens and that are approved, all that sort of stuff. Yeah, they have. But by Jesus, they are under the pump, and we continue to add on and add on and add on. And yeah, it might only be a small bit, but it will take time to do it. The argument around vermin and safety, you go past that place, that particular patch there on either place, you've got trees that have been there for 100 years nearly and all that sort of stuff. So if anyone wants to jump out and grab anyone, they've only got to go just up the road. And I said to this to probably the same people you spoke to, Mr. Mayor, the other day, and had the conversation, like, those arguments don't stack up because there's places there now that people can hide and do whatever, and hopefully it never ever happens. And vermin and all that, vermin can come out from scrub 55 kilometres away and walk across mown grass. So I really don't see the benefit too much to, as Councillor Erkin said, there's issues with the pathways and water going across the pathways and all that. I think that people would appreciate more. And the same people that were saying about slashing those trees, they also mentioned that down opposite Tipperary Flat, there's a place, I don't know who owns it, where the old milk depot and all that sort of stuff. Councillor Erkins may know whether that's council land in around there. They said that they'd like to see that slashed and opened up for caravans and whatnot, or heavy vehicles and so on. So, yeah, look, I don't think I'll support this, simply because I can't really see the benefit, and the arguments about vermin safety, all that sort of stuff. The same issues, if we remove that, the same issues are still there. So, yeah, look, I probably struggle to support this motion.
Thank you. Councillor Duff.
Through you, Madam Chair, I do support this motion. It's similar to the one in the Mergan Gully. I think it's an opportunity to get some, to actually do it, get some costings and report back as to the service levels that we want to progress into the future and what we can and can't afford. So I think it is an opportunity to do it now and like I say, report back to the budget. So I'm keen to support this.
I don't think the motion actually reads that way. The motion actually reads that we undertake to do it.
We can then make decisions on our service levels going forward.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. Look, I'd just like people to go back to our Sport and Rec plan, actually. Our Sport and Rec plan has suggested that we have areas that we revegetate, we plant trees, we grow, to actually save our parks and gardens from having to mow certain areas. And this is actually going against what we've said in our Sport and Rec plan, so I will not be supporting this.
Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. Certainly I've used that walking track a number of times over a number of years, and I've actually never felt like anyone's going to jump out of the bush and personally grab me. I'd certainly be worried if they did. I know I have had conversations with community members, further to what you've said, who I think when that revegetation program first happened, perhaps didn't fully understand the extent, or it wasn't properly consulted on. And I know how passionate the community are about the entire Tipperary Flat area, and I know that a lot of that has been built previously with ideas and inspiration and donations from members of the community. So for me, I think my question is, or my thinking is, it's very similar to the last discussion we had about the gully. You know, something has changed over time. We've planted some trees. I understand, I have gone and had a look, and I understand, having driven a slasher myself, how challenging it would be to get in around those trees. You know, really you would have to do it with a whippersnipper or a mower to really get a good outcome. Is there a compromise? Is this something, can we take this feedback back and make sure it's not lost? My question perhaps to you, General Manager Leanne, noting the process you're going through, ground truthing a lot of the areas that we do mow and maintain, is this something that your team could take a look at? Perhaps there's a compromise, perhaps mulching the area or something might be a better outcome. I'm looking, this is really an operational matter. You know, we set the strategic tone around the fact we want our towns to be livable and to look beautiful and presentable. I don't know the ins and outs of this instance, and would appreciate the feedback from the staff and value any of your ideas in that regard.
Happy to bring a report back. We can have a good look at it, come up with some costings and alternative options, and also have a good look at the funding agreement in terms of how long we were to retain that area under that agreement for as well, so we could seek that clarification and bring that back for Council's consideration.
If I can just give a little bit more information on it. I do know that when those trees originally were planted, I do know that the community were quite upset about them because it had all been cleared. However, in the time since then, those trees have actually grown up, and it's not, to start with, it's very unsightly with all these little tiny trees, but it is actually looking quite nice. And as I said, I did consult with those who are on the running track and those who use that trail. I do know that there are some complaints have come in, and again, Mr. Mayor, probably the same ones that who spoke to you, but I don't believe they actually use the track. So I don't think those who are using the track do actually have any issues, but maybe with the report that comes back from the staff, and maybe we can do a little more community consultation with those runners on the track before we make any decisions. So
I would like to propose an amendment to the motion. That the committee recommend to council that a report regarding the previously planted treed area on the parkland in road reserve area just slash parkland slash road reserve area adjacent to, you can basically copy above, adjacent to the pedestrian pathway. Yep. To there. Yep. Be undertaken in consultation with staff and suggested recommendations that consider community feedback. Be brought back to council, probably seeking the team's feedback in terms of an appropriate time frame for that. By perhaps the...
maybe by April. If we need to go back and consider community feedback, it would be nice to actually have a meeting down on site with some of the running groups or some of the walkers one afternoon. So could we please suggest maybe April?
7 o'clock Saturday morning.
We can all go park running. That sounds... I'd like to move that. Thank you, Councillor Erkins.
Thank you. Seconder for that motion, for amendment. Seconded by Councillor Duff. Do we have any discussion on the motion? Councillor Henson.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I wonder, Councillor Shoemaker, if you're considering that amendment, putting in there somewhere the costings in relation to not just a report regarding the previously planted trees, but as Manager O'May has alluded to, and Councillor Jones, our Parks and Garden staff are flat keeping up with it, and the Mergen ones are totally different, being in the middle of town and in a wet area, whereas this is on the edge of town, so it's really not comparable, but appreciate the motion, Mr Mayor, for sure, but perhaps Councillor Shoemaker, would you consider adding in there, staff do some costings on that as well?
Yes, by all means. I think that's part of the service standard review, is really trying to better understand, you know, what we're currently paying, what things cost, and what's achievable. How do we get the best outcome for everybody? I know there's just contention with that, and I think this would be a great start in terms of trying to resolve this and find a solution that works for everybody.
Thank you. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I support the motion, the amendment, because I believe that community consultation is key. And if we go back out to the community and just make sure that we're all on the same page and then bring it back to the council, I'm very supportive of it. Thank you.
Thank you. I think we've had enough discussion on this, on the amendment. All those in favour? Councillor Jones, are you voting? Yeah, put your hand. Oh, hang on, am I still in charge? Keep them up. So he's still out of the meeting. So it's carried unanimously. So the amendment becomes a resolution and the resolution is out. Okay, the amended resolution becomes the motion and we will, any further, Mr Mayor, would you like to speak?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, again, and thank you, Councillor Schumacher. I think this is a sensible response to a motion that I brought forward on behalf of the certain members of the community of Nanango. So really just bringing this forward as a voice of the people and doing so for consideration of committee. So I appreciate your time, colleagues, in considering their request. I did have further follow-up from this when in Nanango last week. We were in the bakery meeting with residents down there, and I had further questions about how this was going. So I think this would be good to go back to the community and say, look, we're going to come back and talk to the broader community. We've got to get some more information around this. I think this is good governance, consultation, community engagement is key. That's what good council is all about. So yeah, look, absolutely support this motion and look forward to the report coming. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. If there is no further discussion to be had, we might put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? So, Councillor Duff, you're in favour? Yep, it's carried 6-0.
I'm a yes.
Oh, Councillor Jones is a yes.
Am I not moving?
You're frozen.
A lot of people have wished that had happened, but anyway, I'll see what I can do here. I might log out and then try and come back in. How's that sound?
So, item 6 on the agenda is the portfolio, corporate governance, etc., etc. Whose report's that? The Mayor's report. Thank you, Mr Mayor.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Erkins, and it is a mouthful, isn't it? Just shows how much, what a big portfolio it is. But of course, I shouldn't take credit for it because I've got a wonderful team of people in our organisation who support me in the finance, corporate governance, people and culture, media and comms, and of course ICT, business systems, and the list goes on. But I would like to move that my report be received as presented. If I could, please, Madam Chair, and then I'd make some comments to it once it's on the floor. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Do we have someone to second that motion? Seconded by Councillor Duff. Mr Mayor.
Yes, thank you again, Madam Chair. Look, the report is as presented there, and thank you for the staff for putting that together. We have, of course, resource constraints in exec services with media and comms, and that's been challenging. Can I say to Mr CEO, to you and your exec services team with Linnell, Coordinator Linnell, thank you for the work you've done. We've lost staff, we haven't replaced them, but we've kept we've kept momentum rolling in that space, and there's still been a lot of media and comms work done, a lot of work happening in corporate in terms of policy development and refinement. Thank you there. And of course, we've got a mid-year review happening in relation to our budget, so a lot happening in finance alongside the development of the budget. In terms of community advocacy and representation, Madam Chair, I would like to say that I was quite vocal in Brisbane on Wednesday when we met in William Street with senior government officials led by the Director-General of State Development in relation to the impact that the Energy and Jobs Plan will have on the South Burnett region into the future. Mr CEO and I attended that meeting alongside 7 other resource community mayors, and the purpose was to establish, co-design a framework within which we can have a seat at the table as coal community mayors and CEOs to make sure that as the government rolls out the Energy Jobs Plan, that the implementation does not happen without proper consultation with those affected communities. In addition to that, we worked to develop the guidelines for the REF. The REF is a funding program of $200 million that the state government has allocated inside the Energy and Jobs Plan, and the purpose is to use that fund to support initiatives in relation to those communities affected by that plan. And what we do know is that we will be having the construction of one of Australia's largest state-owned wind farms, and we are seeing solar farms come into this region. Let me make it very clear that we certainly made our voices heard on Wednesday. We were very forthright, very active, very collaborative, but made it very clear that where our region normally sits back as a smaller region and takes a back seat to the bigger regional councils, made it very clear that that will not be happening on this occasion because our region is probably impacted as much as anyone in Queensland on the Energy and Jobs Plan. So in terms of that part there, representation and advocacy, we've made a very, very strong case to make sure that any committee that's developed, we are at the seat, we have a seat at that table representing the South Burnett to make sure that infrastructure that enables the transformation of our economy into the future is developed and funded by government, and that we're not left behind and that we don't have to carry the burden of it. The people of the South Burnett don't have to carry the burden to enable the government to achieve their ambitious plan in relation to energy transformation in this state. We will be doing the heavy lifting, as we know. We're not going to sit back, I know, as a council and allow the winding down of coal-fired power stations to occur and see our community disadvantaged by that. Yes, it brings opportunity, but that opportunity won't happen if we don't speak up and rattle the cages of Parliament and make our voices heard, and that's exactly what I'm going to do in this role in my portfolio. And we're going to be fighting with my colleagues here, I'm sure we'll be fighting for advocating for road infrastructure, bridges, housing, accommodation, and critically, water infrastructure across our region that is informed by the federally funded water study that we've had done. That should be informing the future development of water assets across our region. A lot of work happening in this space, and I just want to give our community assurance that this council will not be taking its foot off the accelerator when it comes to making sure that our voices are heard in the halls of Parliament in Brisbane. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Mayor. I'm sorry. Thank you, Acting Chair. I have a question. It's in relation to the statement, the corporate and governance sections continue to support the customer service team to ensure the delivery of council's customer service function is delivered in accordance with service levels. My question is, what are we doing to monitor our customer service level? For example, ringing back people with on item, and I've got a section that's 3.1.2, with telephone calls to the main council service number. I'm getting complaints that people aren't getting calls back. Just wanting to know what we're doing to monitor that. Thank you.
General Manager.
I'll take that on notice, Councillor. We are reviewing all of our customer service processes and procedures in line with our new service standard and our new customer service charter. So I'll definitely take that on notice and get a report report back to council for you. Thank you.
Thank you. I'd just like to mention there the new report where you do put in a customer request and it comes back now and tells you what the request is really helpful. Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Duff. You got,
Thank you, Madam Chair. It was mainly, yes, some of the, there are certainly improvements, but I'm definitely getting some feedback. And thank you for, hearing my concerns and looking forward to the report. Thank you.
is there any further comment on Councillor Schumacher?
Just a question. I see our next general rates notices will be issued on the 17th of February, and that we have served summons for rates and arrears, 95 in total. I just wanted clarification what the process actually is after we serve those. What's the actual process, just so we get asked in the community, we're aware of how it proceeds from here.
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you, Councillor. Once the summons has been served, there's a process leading up to the actual issuing of the summons. It's normally the last resort. We've expended all energy on trying to recoup the outstanding rates. So the summons is served with the intention of the sale of the land, and then the consumer or the ratepayer then again has an opportunity to go and either apply for a payment plan or to show some good faith in actually paying it. If that doesn't eventuate, then we proceed to court, and we get a direction from the court as to whether they support the initiative for us to go to sale of land for rates and arrears there. So, and just further to the levying of the rates, we'll also, as a request from council, just for council information, be also putting this non-potable water flyer in with our rates this year at a request. I think Councillor Duff did request that, so that will be going in with our rates as well as other notices as well, just for council information. But yeah, we look forward to, normally it's around about 25 million there, and at the moment our cash is down a bit there due to workloads as far as expenditure on that we haven't received any, well, the funding, about 5.6 million in funding from our roads, and that will top it up again there. It's a lack of that, a lapse of payment and income, and also with our rates. So we'll see our cash again increase and be looking a lot healthier than what it is now. Thank you, Councillor.
Thank you. Can I just also make mention that anyone who is having issues with rates, if they please contact the rates department as soon as possible, because I know from dealings that I've had with ratepayers who have been encountering trouble, if the sooner you go and contact council, the sooner they can work with you to put you on a payment plan, your interest stops and they can work it out and you can get it paid off a lot quicker, a lot better than leaving it go and then finding it so very difficult. So please, any residents who are having issues, please contact the rates department and speak to them. If there's no further, Mr. Mayor, do you have nothing else to say? We might put that to the vote. All those in favour? It's carried unanimously. I'll just hand over to Mr. CEO for his report.
Oh, thanks, Councillor. It's well, not my report as such, but we had the previous resolution, so this one is just an update. It was due to come back from a previous resolution to this meeting. We've pulled a lot of data, and there's a lot of data being pulled, and some of it was manual. Rather than rushing it and bringing it to this meeting, it's actually going through a secondary check at the moment to see that the information. It was just to let council know that we haven't forgotten it. All good intentions, it'll be to the February ordinary, so we'll still get it in this month, but before we publish all those numbers and data, we just want to be as sure as we can that it's correct. So it was just to give the councillors an update as to this is where it's got to.
Thank you, Mr. CEO. For those wondering, that was a breakdown on the money spent in each division. So the next, oh, sorry. Okay, sorry, councillor Duff, did you have a comment?
Yeah, I have got a comment. I voted against this in the first place. I think it's divisive, time-consuming, not realistic or fair, because the data would be based on decisions made over time, which would be done for political or practical reasons at the time. And moving forward, I think that I'd like to see where funds like LRCI, W4Q are divided equally across the divisions based around community plans and community priorities, because I think that's a much fairer system. So I think that we need to move forward with this. I'm just stating the fact that I don't like what we're doing and I'm not going to support the report. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Duff. Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, thank you. I'm happy to move that the report be received for information and we'll speak to it if there's a seconder.
Do we have a seconder for that motion? Seconded by councillor Potter.
Certainly, I think I don't disagree at all with councillor Duff's comments around fairness, equity and delivering on the needs of our community and certainly their priorities. I think this is a really important piece of work. I really do appreciate the time that's being taken to make sure that it's true and correct and accurate. I think as shareholders of any company, our ratepayers have a right to know where money is collected and how it is invested back into the region. And I think a 10-year scorecard of that is a really good measure for us. In the time that I've been in this council, we've adopted significant asset management reports on all asset classes. We've also adopted heavy capital programs with significant high priority needs, particularly around water infrastructure for the years ahead. We've allocated LRCI and Works for Queensland funding as best we can to the highest priority needs across our region and tried very hard to share that across the key strategic deliverables of our corporate plan, which are livability and certainly providing infrastructure for the future. I'm really hopeful that this report will actually show to our community how funds are invested and, if anything, unite our region in the realities that funds are invested across the South Burnett, not in any which one town, not based on political preference, that there is clear underlying frameworks and clear reasons for the decisions that we make. I'm very supportive of receiving this information. I appreciate the time that's taken to make sure that it is accurate and up to date. I'll always be accountable to my community and the decisions that I make, and I'm more than happy to have conversations about the information as it is presented and welcome that opportunity, both with my colleagues and with the ratepayers of this region, who are the shareholders and who have a right to know. Thank you.
Councillor Henson?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, look, thank you, Councillor Shoemaker, for bringing this to the table back last year in 2022. I look forward to it. I don't believe there'll be any division. I think it's a great thing, this council, and if it hasn't been done since 2013 or 14, and I'm not sure whether it has or not, I think it'll be a great document that is not meant in any shape or form to create division. It will be explanatory and, as it's mentioned in this chamber regularly, open and transparent council. Thank you.
Thank you, councillor Henson. I'm also looking forward to it. I think it's been explained to me by many of you on many occasions that once I got into council, I was responsible for not just my division, but the entire region. So I think it's a great opportunity for us to see where the money is spent and how it is spent, and I really look forward to it. Thank you. Mr. Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Section 341.2, direct question to our General Manager of Finance. What is this going to cost in terms of time for our finance staff, time involved to put this, finalise this report? Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. Thank you for the question, Mr. Mayor. That information has already been sourced, and it's just a matter of us checking for the accuracy of the figures there. So our asset management team assisted in the collation of it, and we extracted from the finance department the rates revenue to add to the report to support our asset management as far as roads, expenditure and infrastructure, but the revenue from each department as well. So with the capacity of Tech One, it has been minimal to extract that information. Thank you.
Thank you. Is there, sorry, Mr Mayor?
Yeah, now if I could now speak to the motion. Okay, so we've got a motion here, receive the report, and it is a follow-on from a motion of council that was resolved previously. I wasn't at that meeting, but that a report be prepared and brought to February. Financial contribution percentage of revenue council receives from every town and village in the South Burnett since 2013-14. What's been budgeted in 22-23, along with the number of constituents in each division. The financial spend and percentage of council's capital budget, including grant funds, spent across asset classes and departments in each division since 13-14 to what has been budgeted for 22-23. I'd like to highlight the term division. Division has two meanings. One, the regional boundaries upon which we conduct an election and you represent your region, your constituents. And two, the fragmentation of unification. I'm concerned about this. I understand the intent, the objective. I'm concerned about and would counsel us to be cautious here as to how we use that information and how we shape and frame that to our community. This could go pear-shaped very quickly in a modern era where social media, it's important. I do believe it's important to look forward and to not look back. I understand that historical data is important, but you know, the windscreen view, I believe, is where we should be focused, not the revision mirror. But if my colleagues feel that this will have value, then I'll welcome the report coming along. But I would be certainly watching this space very carefully as to how we use that information and what the narrative is, what messaging goes to our community in relation to that. Because what we don't want to see is those historical town-based rivalries that have existed in this region for a long, long time. And you know, I mean, in all fairness, they're not unique to the South Burnett. They're in every rural regional council across Queensland. Amalgamation has probably brought those rivalries into local government that probably didn't exist before in local government. But you know, they are in every. I talk to other mayors. This is an issue for every regional council. You know, there's been commentary in the community that I'm being a divisive mayor, that I've divided this council. Well, I absolutely refute that. I have worked to try and unite us as a team and work on a regional basis. But I also have not neglected my responsibility as the one regionally elected representative in this chamber to speak the voice of the people, because the key principles of the Local Government Act make it very clear that that's our role. Engage the community and be the voice of our constituents. I try not to use my opinions to allow my opinions to outweigh the feedback I'm getting from the community, because to me, sometimes my opinion's wrong, sometimes it's not relevant. What's important is what are the broader community saying to me, and that's often the position I will bring to the chamber. Not always right, but that's the position I take. I hope we use this as an opportunity to unite and not divide. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mr Mayor. Would you like a right of reply?
Yes, thank you, Councillor Erkins. Certainly.
Can you just hang on for 1 second while I take advice? Yep, Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I've just heard everything that's been said in the chamber, and look, if there's nothing to hide and nothing to worry about, I don't think there's any concern. This is just a report that's been asked to be brought forward on the dispersal of the money that's been put into the community in the last 10 years. Like, if any individual wants to take it out and use it as divisive or whatever, that's entirely up to them, but I strongly advise not to. As the Mayor said, I don't think there's any intention with this. The Mayor touched on it. We're representatives of the people. We go out and we talk to the people. If they ask us a question, and I'm sure that the rest of you have all been asked, I've been asked, where's all the money going and where's it being spent and all that. This is just a report that will indicate how much is going to each individual. I feel absolutely no pressure, no negativity towards this at all. I've got nothing to hide and nothing to gain. It's as far as I'm concerned, it's a report that's there for everyone to see, and if the community want to carry it on with, well, it doesn't have to be just a breakdown of the money and where it's being spent, but if the community want to cause any grief, they can do it on any decision we make on any given time. So, look, I'm totally comfortable with this, and look forward to the outcome. So, whoever, I think it was Councillor Shoemaker asked for it originally, so yeah, hats off to her, and I look forward to the report coming forward to just for transparency and honesty. Yeah, good job, fully support it.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, thank you. Just in reply, certainly I don't ever take any of I certainly have nothing to hide. I'm accountable to the position that I was elected to. I am a leader. I have made decisions in this chamber, and I absolutely am committed to being open, fair and honest and accountable across my community. And I look forward to this report coming back and for us to be able to report the findings to our community and our shareholders, the ratepayers of the region. At the end of the day, it is their money and they have a right to know.
Thank you. Might put the matter to the vote. All in favour? So carried 5, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6 to 1. Oh, against, Kathy. 7.1. So okay, we might have somebody move that the committee recommends to Council that South Bennett Regional Council recruitment and selection policy statutory 014 be adopted as presented, and that was attached with your agenda. Moved by Mayor Otto, seconded by Councillor Potter. Mayor Otto, would you like to speak?
Yes, thanks, Madam Chair. Certainly I'd like to thank and commend, thank the staff, Mr CEO, PNC team, bringing this forward. It's important that we get this right, and as the portfolio holder in this space, I certainly would like to commend this to the committee. I also look forward to ongoing work in terms of the development, in terms of the establishment of development, education training and career development plans for each and every one of the 300 plus people that work here. I look forward to the day when we engage consultants from outside our region less, and we promote and provide opportunities for our internal staff more to step up, to take on more responsibility, to take on projects and to allow them to progress and develop. Local people from local communities, local jobs, local promotion. I look forward to that. I look forward to seeing us continue to support the engagement of First Nations people in our workforce, the engagement of people living with disability in our workforce, and as I said, the progression and development of the people that we have in our organisation. Let's lift the ceiling off them, let's promote them, develop them, let's give them independent decision-making opportunities where and when we can. They've got plenty to offer, and this recruitment process, I think, is going to certainly enable us to start that process. So thank you, Mr CEO, and thank you to Manager Humphreys. commend it to the chamber. Thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker?
My only question, I just note in relation to the interview expenses, where an applicant is required to travel more than 200 kilometres one way to attend an interview with People Culture and will reimburse the cost of fuel or reasonable cost of travel. People in Culture will also reimburse one night's accommodation and meal expenses where such outlays are warranted. I certainly understand the caveat there around, you know, I imagine if we're seeking a more senior person that may be a requirement. My concern is more around the 200 kilometre barrier, and I just want to confirm the distance. It would be my expectation, and I do it often at no cost to council. Will I drive to Toowoomba, Bundaberg, Maryborough, Brisbane, and never charge a single cent of fuel, always travel 300 plus kilometres in my own car and return home that same day at no cost to council. I'm probably just struggling because I know that it would be about 300 kilometres to Brisbane, and in my mind it wouldn't be an overexertion for somebody to actually drive out for a job interview if I was going for a job in Brisbane, and I wouldn't expect to be reimbursed for the costs of travelling to Brisbane. So I'm just thinking that 200 kilometres should actually be possibly 300 kilometres, which is 3 hours. I think that's a much more reasonable amount of kilometres. You can travel 3 hours and back, 6 hour round trip, and have enough time for an interview without needing to stay overnight and without needing your fuel reimbursed. So CEO Mark, I'm just seeking any advice from you if you have any major concerns with that. However, my recommendation would be 300 kilometres.
We've had no issue with it in the past. It's been a long-standing threshold for the policy in its previous iterations. If council wanted to change it, but certainly there are candidates of, and this is where it's difficult to become generalised, candidates are always very different, and some will look for claiming costs from kilometre one and others won't at all. But yeah, all I can give is a historic view. We've never had any, well, we've not had any issue with it in the past. So if council was of a mind to change it, I suppose you could. But yeah, it's not been a big concern. It's never been flagged as an issue with me. How's that?
Yeah, certainly. I'd just like to see that required to travel more than 300 kilometres one way. I think that's reasonable. I also think in the day and age of technology, you know, there's many interviews and meetings and things that can happen online too. If there are, you know, those barriers with travel, we can always do that in a first instance. And if there was a professional person, by all means, you'd fly them down and want to meet them for sure. But yeah, I'd be more comfortable with 300 kilometres. And the other, which would be my recommended amendment, so if with the leave of the meeting as amended. And the other thing I just wanted to point out, so in the briefing that we had, I understand we've removed doctor from the pre-employment assessment and added healthcare provider, and that has actually enabled us to use a local-based healthcare provider. So I just wanted to acknowledge the team. I think any opportunity to use our local services and certainly free up the supports of local doctors, knowing how much is on their plates at the moment, is really important, and just wanted to recognise the staff for that work. So with the leave of the mover and the seconder, I would just propose that amendment to 300 kilometres.
Mayor Otto, you're happy with that amendment?
Look, I'd probably be happier once we'd conferred with Manager Humphrey. I'm a little bit concerned that this may become problematic for them if we start to change the 300 kilometres. That probably cuts a lot of people out who are travelling a fair distance. So look, I'm probably going to move a procedural motion that this lay on the table on that basis.
Okay. Do we get a seconder? A seconder, Councillor Shoemaker. Straight to vote. All those in favour? Councillor Jones, you voting?
sorry, I'm voting against.
Okay. 6-1. So the next one is 7.2, the adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council councillor contact with developers and submitters policy, statutory 071. So we have do we move that?
That's frustrating.
Moved by Councillor Shoemaker. Have a seconder for. Somebody's coming in. Seconded by Councillor Duff. To speak to the motion, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. I think this is a really important policy. It's really laid out for us as councillors. It's given us a clear and probably more comfortable direction in terms of how we can engage with developers. It's not uncommon to receive phone calls or meeting invitations for people that have ideas for our region, and I think that's a really exciting opportunity for us as councillors to listen and certainly share some professional advice when we've got the support of our team here. So I'm supportive of the policy. I think I've asked some questions and I understand that the decisions we make here in council are still very much council's decisions. I do also think it's very important the points that a councillor must state that any opinion expressed by the councillor is that of their personal view and does not warrant in any way or represent council's possible attitude to the potential application. I think by adopting this policy, I'm absolutely comfortable in signing up with this, and my expectation would be that all of us follow that same standard. It's a standard that we set whereby we're not giving commitments to people about our support or not support of a application. We have a clear regulatory framework which we must abide by, and in making all decisions, all pros and cons must be considered in a fair and reasonable way. Governance must be king in these situations. So I'm absolutely supportive of the policy. Thank the staff for the work that's been done. I think it's certainly set the tone and is much more clearer for me as a councillor, so thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just a concern that I'd like to raise, because I did raise it when we had the initial discussion about this policy, that councillors and the mayor be invited to all the pre-lodgement meetings, because I think that that's where it's a huge opportunity for us to hear the staff, engage with the developer, and councillors can sit back and understand why the developers being told certain things. All the other dot points I agree with, but I think we could mitigate a lot of it if we were invited, not necessarily that we can make it, but that we are invited to participate in those pre-lodgement meetings. So that didn't see that anywhere in the policy, but whether I've missed it, but that was something that I had requested we look at and consider. So just wanting probably a question to you, Mr. CEO.
Mr. CEO.
Oh, got him. It's like Morse code today. And yes, councillors, you do hear something. We've got IT investigating it. It's actually not coming from our microphones. There's some form of interference today. We did have some trouble, hence why we're a little bit late this morning. So without being overly dramatic, we're actually trying to track down what's causing that interference. Or I'm saying we, IT is doing all the hard work. I'm just cheering from the royal we. Okay, so the two questions. So I'll go back to Councillor Shoemaker's question first and then end on yours, Councillor Duff. So there were two questions, and actually, I would not think either's a concern, but appreciated the questions in advance. There was the section with that reads, what number? My numbering changed when I sent it through, about councillors having to state a position. It was Meeting 321, I think it is, yeah. So that section about council possible decision on the applications serve the public consistent with planning legislation. The policy is given to give guidance before a council meeting. So the context of it, the policy does have no effect on the actual council meeting. So its guidance gives prior to a meeting. And the reason that this has all come about, or the whys of why it's come about, is last year there was fair amount of discussion. The biggest risk to a councillor, and certainly getting the legal advice back, the biggest risk to a councillor is perceived bias. Now, whether it's real or not, it's perceived bias. So if a developer in any circumstance approaches a councillor expressively placing a position, and I'll be flippant and paraphrase none of the examples I'm aware of, but mate, this is the best development ever, no matter what, I'm going to support you, that will give a perceived bias, or may, I shouldn't say will, may give a perceived bias. Same with objectors. So the issue that, and certainly talking with our solicitors, where these things have gone astray is in planning court or something, because where there is a perceived bias, it will be used if something goes to planning court, be it for an objector or a developer. So that was Councillor Shoemaker's question. So the dot points there, all pre-council meeting, the context is it's for interactions prior to, and the meetings are after lodgement. And Councillor Duff, I double checked on your point. The question was asked the other day, and again to paraphrase, the statement was made, which I concur with, the policy doesn't preclude you from attending or any councillor attending a pre-lodgement. That's correct, it doesn't. So yeah, so we haven't put it in the policy. What I would recommend is if you're going to want an invitation sent, because the policy still gives guidance, is just knock a quick resolution through, if that's the intent, that an invitation be sent to all councillors for a pre-lodgement. It's just that simple. And we'll put you in the diary appointments.
So through you, Madam Chair. So you're suggesting that we do a separate resolution around that? I'm good with that.
Just the policy gives guidance on the interaction. What you're talking about is an invitation to those meetings, so we'll just put it through as its own line so it doesn't get lost. So we just do the policy, and then straight after the policy that the committee recommends to council, if that's the will of council. The policy doesn't preclude you coming, and that's your take on it the other day I concur with, and I double checked to make sure that I wasn't giving you a bum steer. The policy, there's nothing to stop a councillor, and that was the question where this came up last year. Can I go to a pre-lodgement? The answer is yes. The consideration is if for the pre-lodgement, the policy gives guidance on the interaction with the developer, that you actually don't run the risk for yourself or any councillor of a perception of bias. So yeah, an individual resolution on that would be really appreciated. Thank you.
Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just a question following on from that then, CEO. If a councillor goes into a pre-lodgement meeting and asks any question at all, can that be classed or looked upon as a perceived bias in any way, shape or form, or could it come back to be used against you anywhere down the track, whether it be for or against the applicant?
Through the chair, and this is where that's nearly beyond my capacity to answer. Not because I don't want to, but because every circumstance will be different. Questions for question's sake. The policy gives guidance on, so councillor's position. So the policy was designed, and I'm trying not to overcomplicate this. It's a model policy through King & Company to LGAQ about gives guidance, general guidance on the interaction. So the perception of bias, it's like beauty of art. Sometimes it's in the beholder. It doesn't necessarily mean it's bias, but the perception of bias can be addressed. The guidance in 3.2 and 3.21 after lodgement of a development, so pre-lodgement means it's pre that section, meeting and communicating, so 3.1. So if a councillor reads, I would suggest my best advice to you all is read 3.1 if this is adopted, meetings and communications with potential developers. That's That's a bit scary. But it doesn't matter whether that section applies to whether a councillor meets a developer in the street or at a pre-lodgement meeting. So it's pre-lodgement. The 3.2 is post-lodgement and 3.1. So if you follow the guidance given in 3.1, that would be my best advice. But each circumstance will be different, and again, there's no, it's an encouragement and I'm sure this room is very well aware of it, is consideration of a commitment, and particularly a firm commitment to a developer is where you can run into risk, and that's the feedback I've got back when I've asked that question to the solicitors.
You're happy with that, Councillor
Yeah,
Jones?
yeah, thank you. That's exactly what I expected, but just to save the staff a little bit of time, just exclude me from any invitations, because me personally, I won't be taking the risk to put myself in a position like that, and I will certainly rely on staff feedback. If I've got any concerns, questions or whatever, I will go to the CEO or the general manager of any particular section, and I'll ask the question and get the information that way to keep myself out of any chance of being in a perceived situation. So if you're sending out invitations to developer meetings and all that, feel free to exclude me, because my answer will be I won't be attending. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Is there any further discussion on the right?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, it's one that requires a sensible approach, and obviously the application of each and every councillor's judgment on what is and isn't appropriate. But I think 3.1 does a good job, thanks Mr. CEO, in terms of informing councillors. So first of all, make clear to potential developers that you can only provide general information on the application process. Emphasise process. Cannot give advice about the developer's chance of success. Suggest that they seek independent professional advice, something I do as an accountant all the time when people want to know where they should invest their money. And thirdly, if applicable, encourage developers to seek preliminary advice by utilising our established process for pre-lodgement meetings with council employees. I think that's a really good guide. I'm going to stick that one in my pocket and keep it. So if I run into developers in the main street, I can follow those simple steps. And I think a diary note that's been done is probably prudent. That way we don't stop councillors from engaging, but we do provide some, this gives us some protection around how that engagement happens. So thanks, Mr. CEO, for the work done. It's an important piece of work that allows us to continue to support development, but without compromising our independence and ethics in relation to these proposed developments. Thanks for bringing it forward.
Thank you. Councillor Schumacher, do you have anything in closing? We'll put the resolution to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Then we have Councillor Duff's motion.
Madam Chair, yes, I'd like to move that all the Mayor and all councillors be invited to attend the pre-lodgement meetings.
We have a seconder for that motion. Seconded by Mayor Otto. Councillor Duff, would you like to speak to the motion?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yes, I think that it is absolutely the safest option for us to be involved in those pre-lodgement meetings, because what has happened in the past, and I certainly agree with the policy because it gives us guidelines, but when we're out in the field and someone comes and says, well, they're not happy with what happened in council, within that pre-lodgement meeting because this, and they're lobbying us. If we had attended that pre-lodgement meeting, we would have been able to hear firsthand what the staff had said and why. So I think it's actually a safeguard rather than a concern. I think it's actually would keep us well informed of what's actually going on. So I'm just really keen to have this supported. Thank you.
Anyone else? Councillor Schumacher?
Thank you. I'm a bit on the fence with this one, actually. While I do understand the intent, and I have participated in meetings which are very similar possibly to a pre-lodgement meeting, my concern would be that councillors I don't feel have a role in interfering with that meeting in any way, shape or form. If we were to attend, it would be my view that we would be more a listening party than a contributing party. And the purpose of our attendance would be more around understanding some of the reasons or the challenges overcome in a pre-lodgement meeting. I'd actually be a bit nervous if I was providing advice or thought to the conversation with our team prior to a decision being made, because we're still laying out the conditions of the development before it comes to council. Well, the staff, the technical staff, are applying that technical layer and laying out the reasons why a development would or wouldn't be pursued. And a part of that lodgement meeting is really understanding what barriers there may be and being honest in that conversation. The whole idea of the pre-lodgement meeting is to streamline the process and make it better and easier for both the applicant and council from an assessment point of view. I'm not sure if I guess my thinking, and I'm thinking out loud, if in the instance where I can't attend every pre-lodgement meeting, where I only attend some and not all of them because our calendars are really full, there are also instances where decisions, not all assessment comes back to council for approval. It's really only impact assessments that come back to council. So if it's code accessible, what value really am I adding to the conversation by being at the table, other than understanding that the application is live? And all delegated reports regarding planning applications are always provided with our ordinary council meeting agendas. So I'm just thinking, I'm a little on the fence. I can see, I'm certainly supportive of trying to streamline our processes, always of better understanding. And I know that monthly briefing that's been set for councillors to actually review applications and seek feedback from staff, I think that's a great outcome. I'm really looking forward to the next one. I'm not sure whether I can support this or not, and probably am seeking some more guidance or information in relation to our role at a pre-lodgement meeting, what that would be.
Mr Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, for the opportunity again. Just in terms of addressing Councillor Shoemaker's concerns, from what I've heard Councillor Duff say, it seems that Councillor Duff is looking to establish an arrangement that facilitates councillors being informed early in the piece as to what's happening with proposed developments. And I guess they'll be concerned about what's happening in their divisions as well as regionally. So I'm wondering whether Councillor Duff would consider changing that motion, just tweaking the motion to say to attend pre-lodgement meetings as an observer for information purposes only, and conduct themselves in accordance with section 3.1 of the Councillor Contact with Developers and Submitters policy. May not be exactly worded right, but I think my intent there is to put the council that we consider that we make clear we're there as observers, we're there to listen, receive information, and be very cognizant of the provisions of the intent of 3.1 to make sure that councillors make it very clear that they're not to give advice or opinions. I'll put that to Councillor Duff and whoever the seconder was for that. Thank you. If I could, Madam Chair.
Councillor Duff, are you happy with that?
Yes, very happy with that. Thank you, Madam Chair.
If I can just speak and not having anyone to tell me that I'm wrong. I know that some developers, the fact that councillors are going strokes the ego of some people, and they like to think that they are given due respect. So you know, I'm not advocating in any way that council have any role in advising or giving advice, just purely as the motion says, as in a just as an observer. But I do believe that if you have a developer who is coming to town and they're looking to do something, it's going to be something that's going to be very beneficial, taking no notice of, I'm not saying whether it's going to be right or wrong, because the planning department will soon put that right, but for them to be treated to the councillors attending, I think you will find that they will feel that that is a sign of respect and that we are interested in what they're doing. The process has still got to be played out, but I do think, and that's dealing with people who come, you know, all the time. So I don't think it's necessarily a bad thing. We still have to be complying with all the rules and regulations. We can't be there giving our opinions. However, at a later date, if we're there at the pre-planning and something, you know, we hear later on that they're complaining because this or that didn't happen, well, we know what rules they were told right from the start, and if they didn't comply, we know that the reason it didn't go ahead is not because council were really you know, against development or against them. We know that the rules were there and they didn't comply with the rules and regulations. So I think it's probably, you know, a good opportunity to help promote those things through. Sorry, Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Chair. Totally agree, but also when you go into those meetings, you've got to remember that if you go out and you're talking in the public and you make some sort of a comment around any development or anything like that, it can come back and bite you and be used against you. So this, you know, it's a very important part of, and let me tell you, somebody that's dealt with the OIA more than most, you don't need much of an excuse to have a report put in against you. And so, although you go in and you sit as an observer, and the mayor said, you know, with his amendment there, that's all good and well, but just take into account and consideration that if you go back out and you're talking in the public anywhere, and you're saying, oh yeah, no, this is a great idea, I fully support it, blah blah blah, you know, this is something when you come around the planning sector and all that, you cannot be too careful. So even though I agree with the word changes that the mayor's there, I'm still hesitant to, look, I don't know, but it's such a minefield, this particular space in local government, I'm telling you.
In response to that, Councillor Jones, I would think that any of those meetings, anything that was discussed in those meetings would be confidential. I wouldn't think that at any stage any councillors would be at liberty to leave those meetings and discuss. And I think you may find, whereas I said some people would like the respect of the councillors coming, some developers may say, no, I don't want the councillors here because what they're doing is so confidential that they don't want to take the risk. So I think it would be up to the applicant to make that call, but I think that all councillors really would need to understand that anything discussed at a pre-planning meeting was definitely in confidence. You couldn't go out and say, Spotlight are coming.
Madam Chair, you would like to think so.
Is there any further discussion, or Councillor Duff, would you like to? Sorry, Councillor Shoemaker, sorry.
Just a question. To GMO May, the purpose of a pre-lodgement meeting.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. So essentially, the pre-lodgement meeting is probably to talk through with the applicant what the planning process will be, is like what the development they're proposing, how it fits with our planning scheme. So we're really trying to highlight. So again, whether it's code assessable, impact assessable, so what that will mean for the applicant, what the expectations. We'll be certainly looking at trying to establish what areas they need to address. There might be, if it's on a main road, there'll be referral depending on what other if it involves environmentally relevant activity, whether it goes to DES. So you're probably just trying to outline what the expectations for the application would be, that then tick off all of the things that they're going to address. So we'd be looking at the codes. If it's in a rural zone, look at a rural zone code. These are the outcomes that we're looking in that. So it's really trying to give that advice that helps them tailor the application to meet the planning scheme. So it's certainly more difficult, if you get very little information. We're trying to piece together what the development is, how they're going to address or ameliorate some of the issues. So the more information they can provide. So if up front we can give, this is what we're looking for, it will certainly help the application go through. And we'll also, once the application is lodged, if there's all this information missing, then we're going to do an information request. We're going to come back and say we want this, and the last thing you want people saying, well, if we told up front that, we would have provided it, sort of thing. So it is really trying to make sure that the applicant and council can be on the same page as much as possible early on, noting that there is often some of the information doesn't exist. So for a subdivision, they wouldn't have gone out and had a survey done, or a topographical survey, so levels and different things. So might have a concept on a piece of paper, which won't address some of the drainage and flooding type issues. So there's always further information we'll be seeking, because often at that pre-lodgement, that sort of information isn't available. So we can say, well, we are going to need a study to deal how you're going to deal with stormwater, because from a concept plan on a flat piece of paper, two-dimensional, you won't be able to tell that. So yeah, it's really trying to give them hints. These are the sort of things you are going to need to address. Traffic study, or depending on it, we may be requesting sort of further information. Might be also, say, probably a common one, they want to subdivide 20 acres off into rural land, and we say, well, no, the state planning policies don't support that, because we're trying to protect good quality agricultural land. So from the outset, you're going to have a really strong business case to demonstrate how that does fit with protecting good agricultural land. So yeah, there's probably just ironing out all of those issues as early as we can, so it can be addressed as part of the application and not through the application process, which just extends time.
And just one further question. So when the application is then prepared, is there an actual lodgement meeting?
No, generally not. The application could be just, lodged, and often they can be lodged. They don't have to have a pre-lodgement. It's just recommended, so you can iron out some of those issues, so it reduces the amount of information we may be requesting.
So it really is just a discussion. Yeah, okay. No, I'm comfortable with the motion as it sits at this point in time.
Closing arguments, Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I'm supportive of this. I've been really keen to see this happen for a long time. I think, as to address Councillor Jones's concerns, when we have these planning meetings, all of that stuff is confidential, because developments, it's always sensitive, and we know that when we have these meetings, and that would be part of following as the Mayor has suggested, through that section 3.1, all of that stuff is what councillors have to do in any case. And I just think it would help with our understanding of what's happening, and I'm very supportive of the actual pre-lodgement meetings, because a lot of times they don't go ahead. So just keen to have them encourage developers to actually have those meetings so they know where they stand. And number two, for us all to be on the same page with it. But I 100% agree with the changes, that we should only be observers. So keen to see this supported. Thank you.
So we'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. So we might break now for lunch, and we will come back at 1:30. Someone move that. Councillor Henson, seconded Councillor Potter. All those in favour? Carried. So I'll move that we recommence the meeting at 1:32. Someone, seconded by Councillor Henson. All in favour? Carried. Just making note that we're still waiting for Councillor Mayor Otto to return. So we're on to 7.3, the adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council Computer, Internet and Email Usage Policy. The officers recommend to the council that the South Bennett Regional Council Computer, Internet and Email User Policy Strategic 007 be adopted as presented. Do we have a mover? Moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Henson. Is there anyone would like to comment on? Might put it straight to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Next. Oops, I've got to get off the... So the next one is the adoption of the South Bennett Council Unreasonable Councillor... the adoption of South Bennett Regional Council Body-worn Cameras Policy, Statutory 069. The officer's recommendation, the committee recommends to council that the South Bennett Regional Council Body-worn Cameras Policy, Statutory 069, be adopted as presented. Moved by Councillor Henson and seconded by Councillor Potter. Any discussion on the matter? We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Next, we have the adoption of the South Bennett Regional Council Unreasonable Customer Conduct Policy. The officer's recommendation that the committee recommends to council that the South Bennett Regional Council Unreasonable Customer Conduct Policy Strategic 033 be adopted as presented. Somebody like to move that motion? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Henson. Any comment? No comment on the policy. We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. The next is the Annual Operational Plan Implementation Progress Report for the period ended 31st of December 2022. Who presents? So we take, would somebody like to move that we accept that? Moved by Councillor Shoemaker, seconded by Councillor Potter. Any speakers?
And perhaps just an overview from CEO Mark, if there's some key highlights or things that he would like to report back to council. I think it's a wonderful opportunity, and the same from any of our general managers, executive general managers attending. I just think it's a mid-year report in terms of how we're tracking on the aspirations that we'd set, the goals that we'd set, and I always enjoy hearing from the staff a bit of an overview as to how things are tracking.
Thanks, Councillor. Through the chair. Yeah, there's a fair bit in it. Where to start? It's probably broadly, and I'll throw to the general managers to talk about their sections. But breaking I'm personally finding it, and for our team, breaking the core responsibilities out from the other, you can have a little bit more of a relative narrative as far as the different things. Councillors will note, certainly in my section, and I was the one who've talked about it, about how we keep it simple without adding to the administration burden of it. But the traffic lights, so I've just coloured in my objectives red, green, or yellow. No reds, and the yellow isn't that they're not going to happen, but it was the ones that going and just doing that very simple process are the ones that probably haven't had the same level of resourcing applied to them as the ones that are green. A couple of them are timing issues, and everything is on track. There was one change of date where I pushed it back to 30 June. We thought we might have got it done before, but it certainly will be. And I think as we go forward, continuing to just, it was OPE 10 that have commencement and implementation of the Regional Development Action Plan, coordinating with the department and TSB and other agencies has been just been partly the minor delay there. So rather than trying to get it done in April, just taking that back to 30 June. And I think just as a trial run, the utilising the traffic lights, so a quick visual you can go through and think, as I said, yellow's not bad. It's just the ones that probably need a little bit more focus on them in the third quarter. The rest of the document, as I said, I'm happy for the GMs to talk to their own sections, but there is quite a bit of work that goes on in all the departments. We deliver a wide and diverse and sometimes quite an eclectic mix of services. Often people will look at things and think, why is council involved in that? And it's quite often, well, more than often, a response to a community need rather than necessarily being core business. And yeah, very, very acknowledge the staff and the teamwork that's gone place to get us to this point, and half a year down and half to go. So Susan, Pete, or Tim is acting if you wanted to have a talk.
Thank you.
Thank
Jan.
you through you, Madam Chair. I'm very happy to be given this opportunity, actually, on behalf of all the council and my GMs as well. It's a report card, I think, on how we are tracking and to deliver the vision of council within this 12-month plan. But part of you can see that within my department there, I'm very happy with the progress that we are meeting all of the commitments. But part of that, to ensure that we are delivering on the commitments, is that we have had our initial planning meeting, and we'll have more now to continue on. But through the delivery for the rest of the year, these have been established KPIs for my managers. So anything that's relevant within the operational plan has been included in our business planning. So to make sure that it is delivered within the appropriate time frame and within the resources allocated. So I'm happy to field any questions, but yeah, we are on track, progressing well. And also it has highlighted just what a huge workload or the potential there to deliver even more within the next when we develop within our budget parameters for the next 12 months. So I'm looking forward to being part of those discussions. So thank you for the opportunity.
Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. I agree. Happy to present the report. Interesting, had a couple of items just that were discussed this morning, that the university, country university, or the centres, the regional housing partnerships, they were activities that were noted in the operational plan. So those things, it's good to see they were progressing. Big thing in our area was the introduction of the recycling. So I think we had a operational plan activity to investigate introduction of recycling, and here we are, not only investigated, it's out there happening, and it's been great so far. The grant programs that we're running, so we've got the Black Summer bushfire team are all on board now, which is great. The disaster resilience. So the first 6 months there's been probably a lot more planning, so a lot more activities will roll out in the second half of the year. But we do know we have been through around in the Black Summer, the facade improvements and the local built grants program. So we've currently got the second round of those out now. So those programs are going well. The other one I can't not mention is the development of the arts strategy. Obviously saw Councillor Potter interested in that. So we have got that advisory committee up. We have had our first meeting. Pleased to announce that we've got a strategic workshop happening tomorrow with that committee to progress that. So Yeah, it is good as you look through and think some of the things that we have talked about for a long time in some cases, and we have listed out that we can, starting to demonstrate some traction on them. So just a quick summary.
Through you, Chair. Very briefly from the infrastructure. Overall, we're tracking well on track. We're not deviating off our plan, and in most instances, we're over the 50% mark of where our progress should be.
Thank you. So, sorry, Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Sorry, just a bit of a cough there. Look, can I just say here and now that this is absolutely wonderful to actually go through this, see the dates. As you said, CEO, there's only been sort of one or two sort of minor changes in that. And look, I just want to thank the staff and thank everyone for this work, because it just shows us how much the staff have achieved in the last 6 months to when we started sort of discussing and putting things together. So can I just say thank you very much to everybody, indoor, outdoor staff, and all the exec services management team. Just thank you.
Councillor Shoemaker, would you like to finalise that?
Just purely, Councillor Erkins, that, I'd encourage members of the community, if they are wondering what their council is doing, how we are trying to align the operations of our council to our strategic priorities, this report here in our Agenda 7.6 Operational Plan Progress Report is a really important report to take a look at. And I just encourage anyone out there who's interested about how their rates are actually being invested in services and projects in the region to take a look at it and to have an idea, to read those updates and certainly understand that we're all, there's a lot of work happening behind the scenes. Ducks on water, pedalling hard. So thank you so much for the report and congratulations to the team for the work that's been done to date. I look forward to the next 6 months.
Thank you. So the motion is there. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. The next item, 7.7, confirming council's attendance at the ALGA National General Assembly, the 13th to the 15th of June. Who was first? Councillor Duff.
I'd like to move that Councillor Henson and Councillor Erkins attend the ALGA conference. So I'll just move that. Do you want me to put a reason why? Sorry. So if I could speak to it. Because I've just drawn a line through everybody who's already attended, and the two that I believe have not been to the ALGA conference, Councillor Henson and yourself. So I just thought, well, that's probably, that shares it around for everybody. And so happy to have the discussion, but that's why I've put that forward. Thank you.
Seconded by Mayor Ida. If I could just speak on that, while I really appreciate the opportunity and I would love to go, I really have to question whether I would have the experience and the knowledge of what happens to actually go and get the best for our region out of it. So, I don't know, does this have to be decided now, or can this lay on the table till we have some discussion on it, Mr. CEO?
The committee recommendation goes to the February ordinary, but it'd be good to get some idea, because accommodation books very quickly now that they've released the dates and the program, so we would need some idea of who's going. But if a councillor is unable to attend because of XYZ reason, well then I'm sure through discussion that we can amend the resolution.
Is there any further? Oh, sorry, Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you, Councillor Erkins. Madam Chair, look, I would really love to attend ALGA this year. Last year I attended ALGA via by video conferencing. I didn't actually attend in person. So I didn't actually get the chance to go and do, and I'd really love, I think there's a lot of issues we need to go and have a chat with particular ministers about, and it'd be really nice to get down there, go and meet with certain ministers and have those discussions with them if we've got the ability to do so. Thank you.
Councillor Duff.
I'm happy to amend the resolution and include councillor Potter. But, and also, may I say that the way that you've chaired the meeting today, I think that you're well advanced and developed enough to fly the flag for the South Burnett at the Alga Conference.
So is it possible that we can add councillor Potter to it? So are there other councillors but who may feel that they can add? Sorry, councillor Hitchin.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and appreciate, Councillor Duff, your thoughts in nominating or suggesting that I go to the Alga conference. It's been something that I've looked at each year when we've been debating about who could go or was available to go. I might just mention that, and I certainly do appreciate it, and it's a seriously valuable assembly and meeting to go to, as I believe the Bush Council one and the local government one in July, and again I think in October of later this year, that I have expressed my sincerity of how beneficial they are to us and myself personally as a councillor, and certainly appreciate the Alga National Conference as well, or Assembly on the 13th and 15th of June or 2 June would be no different as well. But could I just add that with my operations and being a primary producer, that really doesn't fit into my schedule at this point in time, but I am fully supportive of any member of this chamber and my colleagues to attend that. So as far as I stand in the month of June, it's not a very ideal time for me to go because of my primary production activities. Thank you.
Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thank you, Chair. I guess after Councillor Duff's glowing report, I won't be truthful with your performance today. No, you're doing a good job. I can't see why our mayor wouldn't be lining up to go to this, because I think it's critical. The Alga conference is super important. We need to go down and start talking to these federal ministers, and everyone's banging on about housing and all the other difficulties in our region, and this is just a perfect opportunity to line up ministers and whatnot in regards to that federally. So yeah, I'd be interested to see, well, I'd like to see the mayor go, but he may not, for whatever reason. I don't know if he's unable to go, but I'd certainly think that being the leader of the region, I think it's a great opportunity for him to get down there and knock on some doors. But yeah, so I don't know how the mayor's not in the room right now, so I guess he can't answer that. But yeah, I'd certainly like to see him go.
Councillor Jones, the mayor is actually in the meeting now. Sorry, you can't see the meeting.
Oh, sorry. Yeah, so yeah, I'd love to see them, anyway. Like I said, the mayor may not be able to attend, so yeah, but anyway.
Mr Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you, Councillor Jones. Look, obviously this is an important opportunity for us to engage with other councils, to have input into the national agenda, and also, of course, to meet with those ministers. Look, I certainly don't want to prohibit any other member of council from attending. I think last year we saw councillors go down there and do a great job in terms of advocating to government and contributing to the motions, contributing to the discussions that have been had, to engaging in networking. So I'm very confident that the councillors can do that well. But having said that, I'm certainly happy to go if my colleagues feel that they'd like to see that happen. Happy to go. I just suppose probably just a bit concerned if 4 of us go, Mr CEO, what's the cost of that to our budget? But you know, that would be my only concern. And what would be the committee perception if 4 of us go travelling down to Canberra along with yourself? So if that was the case, that there's budgetary concerns, I'd be happy to let the other councillors go. But look, I'm really in the hands of the council here. I'm happy to go either way. Yeah, thanks, Councillor Jones.
Thanks, Mr Mayor, for the question. I haven't crossed him out, but I was taking it from councillor Henson that he's withdrawing. Yep, so councillor Henson's out. That's really just then up to the meeting as who else you want to send. Do you want to send 2 or 3? Or particularly councillor Erkins, were you attending?
Well, I honestly think there are other councillors here that are better qualified and have a better understanding. I'd like to see, let me see. I think I would like to leave it lay on the table until our meeting, if that is at all possible, so that I can get a little more information on it and speak to my fellow councillors on the role and what's expected.
The only problem to the chair that we'll have with this one is, as I said, it's whilst it goes to the February ordinary, this is a standing committee. We will need to start to at least grab accommodation. So
Possible to book that?
yeah, it is possible to book that. We have, yeah, it is. We have had issues, and going to the mayor's point of cost, we have had issues down there where we had to pretend someone was someone else because they wouldn't change the name of the hotel booking. If councillors recall, it is quite a consistent time. So you could leave it lay on the table. It's a committee recommendation, I suppose. If the ordinary meeting wants to leave it lay, or if you leave it lay, it's best to leave them lay to their same meeting. But if we would really, it would be appreciated to have it dealt with by the February ordinary.
Is it possible that we can, at this meeting, that we can change that to 3 representatives from South Burnett, and that's confirmed? Then, yeah.
You go.
Sorry, Councillor. Oh, sorry, Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Erkins. I have last year attended, Councillor Potter was virtually, I did attend in person. I did attend on my own, which I can tell you is quite a daunting thing when you walk in and there's representatives from across the country there. There was an enormous amount of value in the conference. I actually met with a number of senators unofficially. I also met and advocated for the resolutions that we put forward, and particularly, as the Mayor said, his seat at the table with the Resources Council. Those kind of united opportunities don't happen unless you're actually at this conference, networking and building those relationships. And I've done that now for this council every year on year since being elected, and I've done it, been very proud to do it, and I'm very proud that we've actually delivered outcomes such as a seat at the table for our mayor in terms of the discussions around the energy transformation. I do genuinely believe that would not have happened had the advocacy that I've been doing non-stop since being elected had not happened. I absolutely am happy for another representative to go and represent our council this year. Every year since being elected, I've missed my daughter's athletics carnival, and she's been age champion every year on year, so that's been quite a sacrifice for me, but I of course fully support. This is a really wonderful learning opportunity, it's a wonderful networking opportunity, and the issues around energy transformation, housing and alike, we've been able to get them on a national agenda and get actual outcomes from the attendance. So I just can't speak more highly for it. I also think it's important for regional councils because often making sure that there is that city versus the divide conversation, and some of the motions that we debated, and I did actively debate, were very interesting the way some councils read them in comparison to a council like ours. So I think our feedback and our representation is really important, and I think it would be wonderful to use the opportunity. Our mayor should absolutely be in attendance and should be hungry for those advocacy opportunities on a federal forum like that.
Thank you. Councillor Duff, would you like Rhoda replied? The motion is that 3 representatives from South Burnett Regional Council attend the ALGA National General Assembly, with names to be confirmed at the February ordinary meeting of council.
Can I just... Sorry, Madam, just to respond to Councillor Shoemaker's comments. Yeah, look, I'm absolutely very hungry to represent this region at any opportunity, particularly with senior government officials and ministers. And as on that basis, I'd like to put the Mayor and 2 council representatives. Because if we can get on the front foot, get in early and get some appointments with ministers who have portfolios that are relevant to the needs, to the issues in our region, absolutely happy to go along and fight the good fight for council and the people of the South Burnett. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Duff, are you happy with that change?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Would you like any closing comments?
No, I think it's been discussed
We'll
adequately.
put the motion to the vote. All in favour? Carried unanimously.
Madam Chair, with this next one, Mayor Otto sent through a suggestion, or was been speaking with Mayor yesterday, so we've just, we'll add it in as a topic. These will be, today we're just, start again. Today, just chasing concepts without having the resolutions totally confirmed again, but have the concept fleshed out by the ordinary. And so if there's anything else, and Mayor, I hope I captured at least the sort of intent of what you are trying to get forward. If not, we're happy to change. But yeah, so we've got one in, and if there's any others, let us know.
Councillor Potter.
Yeah, thank you. I had one that was basically very sort of along the lines of the Mayor, that was actually to do with the amount of university placements that the federal government have for GPs and practitioners. So I just wanted to increase that level. So whether that can be included in the Mayor's sort of number there or something like that. The other one was with regards to domestic violence, and we need an increase in federal government funding for communities, especially the rural and remote communities, for domestic violence, because we don't have enough funding to support those in domestic violence situations. And, you know, we've got organisations around the whole South Burnett that are working in that space that are not even funded for it. So we really need to advocate for that one as well. Thank you.
Do you have a motion for that? Do you have the wording for that, for the domestic violence?
No, I don't, but I'm very, I think we had something very similar to the LGAQ conference. So I'm thinking I might have a look and see what we wrote for the LGAQ conference and go from there. But
Okay.
I'll have it to Kim
Okay.
later. I'll have it to the February meeting.
Yep. Also, the probably for discussion is the Medicare rebate for private practices. Does anyone else have any other topics that they, Councillor Shoemaker?
Yes, it's something that's come up quite a bit in the housing discussions, certainly in face of the housing crisis. Something in relation to advocating for initiatives and taxation reforms that encourage private investment in increasing housing stocks in regional areas. Yeah, I can certainly put more words around that, but that theme.
Does anyone else have any topics that they think some motion should be worded around?
Mr. CEO, just in terms of the obviously national agenda in relation to, dare I say the words, climate change, and the Transformation Authority advisory process. I know that we've had discussions at the state level about this. I just wonder if it's worth, Mr. CEO, having a conversation with Mayor Baker and perhaps DG Kaiser about whether it is worth us putting forward a motion to ALGA in terms of local governments across Australia having a seat at the table. in terms of that advisory model, that I know the federal government are driving that model into the future. So probably not to put it in there today. Oh, can we put that in today then? Perhaps just it's really not energy transformation, it's a bigger picture. It's the broader decarbonisation. So probably if we just put probably just put a bullet point, I think, Kimberly, just federal, local government, representation on economic transformation authority / relevant body in relation to decarb. Oh well, you can probably put climate change. Will be fine at this stage. Climate change / decarbonisation. We can flesh that out later if need be. Thank you, Mr. CEO. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can we have a mover for those? Oh, sorry, Councillor Potter.
Sorry, with regards to, I just can't see anything in there with regards to university doctors' numbers, and I do think that that really is important, that they do need to increase that. So, university number for general practitioners needs to be increased. Thank you.
So we have a motion for those topics to be included. Moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Mayor Otto. All in favour? Carried unanimously. Moving to 8.1, the debt collection processes. The Office's recommendation that the report on Council's debt collection processes be received for information. Do I have a mover? It's moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Henshin. Speakers? Councillor Duff?
I'm concerned about the debt collection process. I've had complaints of like a young couple getting served a notice that after 8 o'clock at night, when they were like, and an additional $500 added to the debt because of the fact that they hadn't paid it, but it wasn't a big amount of money. And when I had a look at the whole, like how we don't even wait a month before we go to each step. And I'm just thinking that we need to be a bit, we're a small, local community. I just think it was a bit harsh when I heard the process with that particular case in Mergen. I would like to see us have a closer look at this, and particularly the serving notices after 8 o'clock. And I know that General Manager Jarvis said that that's in the debt recoveries. The people who are doing that recovery, they're in their hands, and what their policies are. But for me, it doesn't sit well with me to have us serving notices after 8 o'clock at night. So just wanted to flag that.
General Manager Jarvis, do you want to respond to that?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Mayor. Yeah, I'm just confirming there that Councillor Duff did raise her concerns, and we did investigate to find the process there as per this detailed report. And as per our debt collection policy, everything that is in line with our process adopted by Council and the policy. But as far from the debt collector's point of view, we do have a duty of care to recover the expenses, obviously, incurred by the debt collectors on their behalf of them collecting money on Council's behalf. So make sure that that's not passed on to the general ratepayers as such, the people that do pay their rates. But we did query the process, and they said there is, as per the report, there is no legal requirement there to say what time anything is served. However, the process within the debt collectors is that they limit their payments. They stop serving after 9 o'clock at night, but there's nothing legally restricting anybody from serving past that time.
Probably one of the things, and we talked about it earlier, it's probably really important that as a council we make sure that our ratepayers are aware that if they have got behind and they have got a debt on their rates, that they contact council, because that would stop everything. And I do understand that sometimes people do, it's a very difficult thing. People sometimes don't acknowledge it. They want to put their head in the sand. They don't want to face it. But probably as a community, as a council, we really need to get that message out to people that if they cannot pay their rates, there's more pain if they don't contact council. If they contact council, something can be worked out. So that's probably, I don't know whether we can do that through some better messages in the rates payment when it goes out, telling them, maybe get someone to do a cartoon for it. Don't put your head in the sand, come forward, because, it is. None of us I know want to be responsible for someone knocking on your door at 8 o'clock with a debt collector, but the bottom line is, if you have a debt, it's better to face it, and the longer it's left, the more it is. So, is there any other? Oh, sorry, Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I would actually like to just raise a couple of matters here, and I would like to move an amendment to the motion for consideration of the committee. And Kimberly, I'll just probably go through this slowly and carefully. That the report on council's debt collection process be received for information, yes, and that the rate collection policy be amended as follows. So if I could turn everyone's attention to page 136 of the agenda, where the recovery action table outlines steps 1 to 5. I'm not intending to propose any changes to steps beyond step 5, 6 onwards, but actions 1 to 5. I'd like to put to council that, for consideration, that item 1, that the 14 days, 14 to 21 days becomes 28 days, being 2 becomes 56 days, item 3 becomes 84 days. Sorry, item 3 becomes 84 days. Have I got that right? Sorry, Kimberly. Item 1 becomes 28 days. Item 2, 56 days. Item 3, 84 days. Item 4, 112 days. And item 5, 140 days. And includes a footnote that notices served by debt collection specialists must occur between, sorry, not must, but should occur between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. I'd now like to move that amendment to the motion. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Can we have somebody second that? Seconded by Councillor Duff. Can I just ask a question before we go into discussion on this? When their rates become overdue, are they sent a letter from council telling them it's going to be handed to the debt collectors?
Through you, Madam Chair, the process there shows you there that who's responsible. You'll see that the reminder notice there is sent to the ratepayer there within 14 to 21 days after it's become overdue.
But are they informed? Because once it goes into the hands of a debt collector,
Yes.
they are incurring added expenses. So do you think we inform them well enough, or do you think they're well informed that once it goes out of council hands after the 21 days or 14 to 21, do you think they are well aware of the costs, and maybe we could put something in there of how much their costs are going to be? Because I think, like, people are struggling already with paying it, and then, they go and get them. I mean, nobody does that because they want to. Again, I think it's because they're not wanting to face up to the fact.
Refer this to Manager Kerry. She has the operational detail, but I also want to highlight to council respectfully is that we have been instructed as per our policies to actively pursue any outstanding debts to council, and currently we have about $5 million in outstanding debt to council. So I just want to highlight that, but I'll just give the operational side.
Yeah, I acknowledge, those people owe that money. I'm not, it's just that I just would like to know that those people that are in financial difficulties are well aware that we really inform them that if they don't try and meet their obligations or they don't contact council, once we take that next step, which we are obliged to do, I acknowledge we are obliged to do that they are aware of what's going to happen.
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, so council's reminder letter that gets sent out as part of that in the wording does state that if the debt is still outstanding after the given period of time, that they may go to our debt collectors. So they are informed at that point in time that the next step is to go to debt collection. The letter of demand that's sent out by our debt collectors does generally have on there how much the costs would be if it goes to that statement of claim stage where they are served. So that letter that gets sent out to them does say, that $600 will be added on if, you do get served.
So between the first step of us sending to the debt collector, the first letter the debt collector sends out, is there an added cost? There
No.
must be. So the debt collector does that first letter to them for nothing?
Yes, correct. So the only costs that start being incurred by the ratepayer through the debt collection process is at the statement of claim stage and the judgment. So when we actually go through a court process to do things through the court system. So the statement of claim needs certain things registered with the courts. So at that point in time, there's then legal fees and things that are incurred, and so they're the ones that we recover.
Okay, so they don't have any other, just to get it clear.
Yeah.
So when they get a letter of demand, that's only for the outstanding rates?
Yes, correct.
Then when they get the statement of claims issued and served by the debt collector, still no extra?
So the statement of claim that's issued by the debt collector when they come out and serve the papers, that is the point in time, once it gets to that there is those additional costs.
Costs, okay.
Yes.
Okay. And a ratepayer is informed, they know before they get that that the next one's going to cost them?
Yes, so that letter of demand that gets sent out does say that, you know, we will take it further. These are the approximate costs, which is normally pretty accurate as to what's going to be charged to them if it goes to that statement of claim process.
Okay, so on that letter that they get saying the next one's going to cost you extra money, would we also have in there, if you can't pay this, go and speak to the council and make an arrangement? Is that in there?
So in both your reminder notice and the demand letter, so your reminder notice has on there about, you know, contacting council, you know, if you are having trouble to arrange a payment arrangement. The letter of demand, at that point in time, if it gets to that letter of demand stage through the debt collectors, then the property owners are supposed to then contact the debt collectors to arrange a payment arrangement, but it does also have in there to please contact them to make a payment arrangement, to try and sort out the debt.
So do you find that there is issues with people who try and work out their payment plan with the debt collector as opposed to those who make their payment plan with council?
Not necessarily, because the debt collectors basically have similar parameters. So we dictate to them what our parameters are from our debt collection policy of what we have as an appropriate payment arrangement. If somebody proposes something a little bit outside of that, they would generally come back to us to ask if we will accept, you know, a little bit less or whatever, to approve a payment arrangement.
Thank you. Councillor Henson?
Point of order, Madam Chair.
Sorry.
I'm entitled to vote.
Oh, sorry.
To my motion, if I could. Thank you. Okay, just in speaking to my motion, so 136, 3.1.1, item 1, of course, applies to all debts. And rather than chasing them after 14 days, that we leave that for 4 weeks, 28 days. Items 2 onwards then only apply to debt recovery in relation to debts over $800, as stated in clause 3.4. So just to clarify that, I'm proposing that item 2 goes to 56 days, being 8 weeks, item 3, 84 days being 12 weeks, item 4 to 112 days being 16 weeks, and item 5 to 140 days being 20 weeks. So we then fall into a nice, clear 4-week cycle, which creates certainty in the minds of the ratepayers and means that we aren't necessarily jumping early and activating the use of resources in council. So I guess what I'm trying to do there is just to establish a cycle that is consistent in terms of the way that it flows through in 4 weekly intervals, and also to make sure that we are giving ratepayers time in between each of those cycles to address the issues that are raised or the action that's been taken within that next 4 weeks. We have heard stories of people, I'm not sure how accurate they are, but I have had residents say to me that they've been receiving notices served on them at 8 o'clock at night on a Friday night, and hence the note there that we would try and work with our debt collection specialists to have them do so between 8 and 6. In light of the fact that we're not a big corporate player, we're a local community council, and I believe that while we obviously have to focus on recovering debts, I think we also have an obligation, you know, to live and work as an organisation, and to, you know, think of the mental health of our constituents here locally. So, look, I commend it and open it to the floor for discussion with your consent. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We've had many debates about this and discussions in chambers over the past couple of years, and recovery on overdue rates has been massive, and I appreciate the work the Finance Department does in that space. I'm not supportive of this, as much as we want to be compassionate or say what you like of it. If you go to page 337, 3.2 payment arrangements is made quite clear there that recovery against a ratepayer who has applied to council for and is granted a concession including relevantly an appropriate payment arrangement with council where the payment arrangement is current and the ratepayer adheres to the agreement repayment schedule. Failure to maintain an appropriate payment arrangement in accordance with its terms will result in the outstanding rates and charges being overdue. When we go through your proposal, Mr Mayor, and we go down to number 5 in the action group, and 140 days puts the council's revenue and recovery of rates another 60 days, almost 60 days, 55 days behind. If we have $5 million outstanding in rates now, I pose the question, what would that figure come to if we tack another 2 months onto that? Because there will be interest charges and there will be unclaimed rates for another 60 days or 55 days on that. I'm sure, and as through you, Madam Chair, you've asked the question on the rates notices, and we've gone through this, and I think this has been quite clearly put there, and it is expressed to the locals that if they are in arrears in rates, talk to the council. There's a payment plans there. It's not that difficult, honestly. It's not, and I know it's embarrassing, or can be an embarrassing situation to be in, but what I've seen through this department and the finance department has been nothing but supportive of people that have been trying to get their in arrears rates back into shape. And we've sat here in this chamber and looked at some serious figures. We've also looked at some fairly large figures where we've written off debt collection because it's not worth chasing it down. I'm fully supportive of the proposal there that's already there without dragging it out another. Might sound harsh and the terminology mightn't be right, but to go from 85 days to 140 days, and I appreciate, Mr Mayor, what you're trying to do in relation to streamlining it. I think this proposal here has done just that, with the acknowledgement to our ratepayers that there is support out there in payment plans, and if they adhere to them, everything will be fine. They've just got to come and talk to council and put something in perspective that they can manage and talk to our staff. So I can't support that, I'm sorry.
To be perfectly honest, I'm actually quite satisfied with the, the process as it goes. And sometimes by giving that extra time, I just don't know that you're letting them get into more trouble by stretching it out. Sometimes it's better, that they face it sooner rather than later and try and get something worked out. I don't know that we're not just lengthening the pain. The sooner that they sort of acknowledge that they have got an issue and contact council and try and work in with council and if it's hardship, that they speak to council and get it done. I think that is a much better thing. You just, otherwise, just as I said, just dragging it out. So I can't support the extra time because I just don't think we're doing the ratepayers a favour, those that pay and those that are having trouble paying. Does anyone else have any other? Councillor Jones.
Yeah, just my 2 bobs worth. The only thing that that amendment that I agree with is that that debt collection specialist should occur between 8 and 6, whether or not that's happening or not. If it's not happening, I'd like to see that added in, but the rest of it, I'm happy to support the original motion. But yeah, I'd like to see that they don't go and knock on someone's door at 8 o'clock on a Friday night. That's not overly good. That's my contribution to this.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Shoemaker.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to confirm, I know the last financial report that we got, it showed we were actually carrying the lowest level of debt we have for quite some time now. I think our rates and arrears were tracking well and truly under, I want to say around 7%. I just want to, confirm that, And I really am, I can see it both ways. I really can. I can see how if you've got more time, perhaps you can make other arrangements, but I also can see that the system that we've got is working. And, I think we had some astronomical number of payment plans that have actually been issued and worked through with people over this last couple of years, and particularly that are still current. Certainly recognise the challenge for everybody at the moment with the rising cost of living and alike. My concern is, though, as you've said, Councillor Erkins, if you think you can just sort of forget and leave this, often problems become much worse. And I think it's also important that the people who actually pay on time and do their very best to do the right thing, you know, that we kind of respect that they have, many have equally just as many challenges, you know. We kind of make it easier for people not to follow the rules. I'd be concerned that more people would just not follow the rules. So I actually support the original motion, the current dates, and certainly acknowledge it's not an easy space to work in, but our team's absolutely doing the best they can with compassion and empathy to genuinely help people achieve payment plans that they can actually afford. So I'm not supportive of extending this out to enormous numbers of days. You know, if we get out to 140 days, that's almost a third of the year. You'll be receiving another rates notice in that time. You know, the problem just gets bigger. So I agree with the original time frames. I think the quicker we can act, the better.
I think you'll find the kindest thing that you're doing for your community too is to get them onto a payment plan and get them paying it off, because I'll bet you that they would feel a lot better with that than having it hanging over them, because that's where it'll be. Councillor Potter?
Yeah, thank you. Look, I am supportive of the last dot point with regards to the debt collection specialist. I'd like to know if we actually have any say in the timings that they do that. That would be interesting to know if we can tell our debt collection specialist that no collection is done between these times. I do feel that it's all of our responsibilities as councillors that we need to push that debt collection policy to our community. But I'm also wondering if it's possible for some of these overdue ones and things like that, whether, you know, part of that process, I know we put that we have the hardship policy in there, but I'm wondering if it's possible for us as a council that we can say, hey, you know, we can offer, we put the information about the policy in there, but say, hey, did you know we can actually offer you and you could do this payment, or this payment. It may be a little bit extra work, you know, at the start, but, you know, if we can offer them, they can think, well, actually, I could probably do that. I could probably do that first payment and have it paid off within, you know, 6 weeks. Or I could do that second payment that they've suggested here, and I can do that. Like, I just don't know whether that's possible. I'd love to hear back and see if that's something that we could even think about. Thank you.
Through you, Madam Chair. We can certainly refine our correspondence if that's, we can look at that for you, Councillor. I think it's a great idea, but also the policy was changed to, for these timeframes to be brought back into line, especially what Councillor Erkins has alluded to, was that it was getting to a stage that after the 30 days, interest is charged from there on, and we weren't doing the people or the ratepayers any service by allowing them to get into a debt that far by the accumulation of interest that they couldn't get out of debt. So that is why Council adopted this policy so that we could really give the people the option that when they do go on a payment plan, and if they honour that payment plan, the interest is stopped from the time we agree to the payment plan. So that's why it's vital that we get in early and they contact us early, and then we can come to some arrangement. So that's the background to it. But we can certainly look, if you require any more information, we can certainly have a look at that from an administration point of view and bring a report back or bring a sample back for council. Thank you.
Councillor Duff?
Thank you. I know I've already spoken to this one, but it was basically where this came from, and I think I copied all the councillors into it about was that the lady, it was a young couple, and they were complaining that it all happened too quickly. They didn't have the time to get their ducks in a row. And when you think about rural people on where cash flow is an issue, sometimes it's just that bit of extra time that makes a difference. So I just think to go from 14 days and then jump into the 28 days, it's probably those first two where I think we probably a bit more time could help people to get their head around, like get over across some of the issues that they're facing with cash flow. So I'm just keen to certainly support the footnote and support some change to the timelines, particularly around those first two letters. Thank you.
I think, but what's been said is that when they get their first, if they go in on that first letter, if they don't wait for the next one at 28 days, if they go in on that 14 to 21, if they go straight to council, that's really what we want them to do, go straight to council then and work it out with council then, not wait. So, but we've had plenty of discussion, so Mr Mayor, do you want to sum up and we'll...
Yeah, first of all, question 3.41.2. So this one, and then I'll go into my right of reply. So on the table, we've got debts here over $800, and we've got items 2 through to 5. Now, item 2 starts after 4 weeks. So if your rates are due, say by the 31st of March, for example, by the 30th of April, and you haven't responded after the 14 days to the letter from the council, then potentially after 4 weeks, the 30th of April, you'll get a letter of demand. Is that when the costs start to incur? Because I don't imagine debt collectors do this for free. So question is, when does the debt collector's costs start to incur, and who covers those costs?
Through you, Madam Chair. So the debt collector costs that council or the ratepayer gets charged starts at that statement of claim stage. So action item 3.
Thank you, Manager. With your permission, Madam Chair, if I can now speak to the motion again and wrapping up. Look, I'm hearing what the councillors are saying here. I guess it's very, well, I don't guess, I mean, it is very clear that all Australians and very much our region is going to go through some really tough economic times in the calendar year of 23 and 24. You know, any economist worth their salt is making that very clear. Cost of living pressures are going through the roof. We're going to have communities struggling. We know that 60% of our population is in the most disadvantaged quintile or quartile or what they call it, whatever they call it, of the CEFA index. Brisbane's is 20%. 60% of our population are in the most disadvantaged Australians. Now, what I'm proposing to do here is not just streamline the process into neat 4-week blocks for the purposes of community education counsellors, but to also give people more time. Now, I understand that they can enter into payment arrangements, don't get me wrong. But if we look at this, from step 3, after 6 weeks roughly, they will get a statement of claim served by a debt collector. So after 6 weeks, someone's going to be banging on your door. If they can't find you, they'll come to your workplace. They'll find you. They'll go around town asking where you are. They'll find you and they'll serve that notice. That's what happens when you serve a notice. I've seen them in action. That happens after 6 weeks. Then, after 78 days, they get a pre-judgment warning. Another notice issued. So a second visit from the debt collector's representative. And then after, what was that one say there, 85 days, okay. After 85 days, so we're, you know, what are we now in, 11, 12 weeks in, roughly, you get a judgment granted by the court warning you to pay the debt. Now, the granting of that judgment at the court comes at expense. So if we go to page 134, and again, I'll reinforce what I said, these debt collectors are able to can not only go on a person's property to serve a legal document, but they can make investigations to find out where you are. Now, let's not forget that these are our local people. These are our local ratepayers, mums and dads, elderly people, farmers, and if personal, and then down the bottom, judgment. So judgment kicks in at step 5. An application for judgment occurs when the debt's not paid. Council instructs the debt collectors to obtain judgment by the court, as well as all scaled costs, including legal costs, recoverable legal costs and interest. Once the judgment application, Madam Chair, has been granted by the court, the property owner's credit history will become affected. So if they're at the bank trying to borrow money, maybe because they want to borrow money against their equity to clear their debt with us, or to consolidate their credit card debts, or whatever it might be, that is going to be impacted by this debt, which will be registered and impact adversely on their credit history with the bank. I'm very concerned about that. In light of the fact that we have councillors, we are going to have a community over the next 2 years that's going to go through some tough times. Interest rates going up, fuel's has been going through the roof for some time. Go and shop at the grocery store and see how much groceries are costing. People out there are hurting, and the pain is going to hit mostly on the low-income earners. Every economist is telling us that. And we have 60% of our people in that category, unlike Noosa or somewhere like that. So I think that we need to modify the policy to keep with the times. The next 2 years is going to be tough for our community. Recovery costs are going to hit people after stage 5, legal recovery costs. Then they're going to be adversely impacted in terms of their ability to get credit, to borrow money, to get a credit card, any of those things. I'd like to see us apply some understanding and compassion here, and I think that this is a balanced approach to doing so. Thank you, Madam Chair.
The motion is there. Do we have those in favour? So that's 3, 4. Those against? Oh, sorry, 4 against. Thank you. So we now revert to the original motion. The original motion is that the report on the council's debt collection processes be received for information. Moved Councillor Potter, seconded Scott Henson. Councillor Shoemaker.
I just wanted to, we had mentioned that a footnote is included that advisors' notices served by debt collection specialists should occur between 8 a.m. and 6 p.m. If we can influence that in any way, I think that is actually a very reasonable thing to ask a debt collection agency to do. So I would like to see that added to the motion if Councillor Potter and Councillor Henson were amenable to it.
Councillor Potter.
Yes, Madam Chair.
Councillor Henson.
Yes, Madam Chair, not a problem.
I think you may find that quite often people who do these, serving these notices probably are part-time, and they probably do it on their way home from work. So I don't know whether you will be able to have, whether we will have much sway in that. But I would just like to speak, and I don't know if I'm able to, but while I understand completely where Mayor Otto was going, I honestly believe that by allowing people to stretch out, we want people to come in at 7 days when they can't pay their rates, when they know they're not going to be able to pay them. We need them to come into council and talk to council and have an arrangement. We don't want them to get, for their own benefit, for the fact that we know things are going to be tough and they're only going to be tougher. And I don't want people getting interest rates added on, which they will do after their first once they become overdue. So I'd rather they go in possibly before they're even due and say, look, I'm having trouble, let's get it sorted out. I think that is much more, of much more benefit to our community, because our community are going to struggle, we know that. So I just think that's the best thing. But anyway, is there any other... Oh, sorry, Councillor.
Yes, thank you, Councillor Erkins. I certainly have heard the debate and have been listening, and I don't disagree. I completely understand. It is a very difficult time for many families and households across the region, across the state and across the country, and these are very uncertain times, very much so. It's been uncertain for a number of years now. My concern is that we are employing local people, that at the end of the day, we too have bills to pay and services to provide. We set rates for a reason, because we need to be able to collect rate levies to be able to deliver the services that we provide. It's not a structure. Ideally, the structure would be that the state and federal government would trust more local governments with more funding that would enable us to be more flexible in our processes. But the realities is that they don't. Funding's actually diminishing. We absolutely need to be able to pay our bills, and the only way to do that is by collecting rates. I think we need a robust system. The team have shown that this system is working. Nobody is comfortable about collecting overdue rates, particularly when you know people are struggling. But my concern is the more time you give them, the bigger the debt becomes. And when we came into council, I received a report that had a number of properties, we all did, a number of properties that had been calculating, collecting debt for 10, 20 years, some of them, a very long time. They'd been paying some debt off and then leaving it, paying some off and leaving it, and we hadn't been following it up. Not actively, not like we do now. And unfortunately for some of those people, the sale of their properties or their mortgagee actually bailing them out was their only real option to pay that debt. That, I cannot imagine taking somebody's home because they don't have the funds to pay the rates that they are owed. And I don't want to see us in that position again, where any council has to sit at this table with a report, line for line, of people with extraordinary, eye-watering amounts of debt. The debts need to be collected. This is a robust system that's working. I am concerned if we stretch it out that debt becomes bigger and bigger and harder to pay. And I'm supportive of the current process. Very grateful for the team that are doing this very difficult work.
Mayor Otto.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Respectfully, Councillor Shoemaker, I disagree completely. So we have a system here that we're going to endorse, that after 40, you get time to pay your rates. You don't pay your rates by the due date, 14 days later, 21 days later, you get a letter. And you don't respond to that letter. You may be a farmer, you may be a pensioner, you may be a person with mental health issues. So then what we do is after 28 days, 4 weeks after your rates were due, we send the debt collectors in banging on your door. 4 weeks after your rates were due. You're a person with mental health issues, you're a farmer, you're a pensioner, and there's a debt collector banging on your door or pulling you up in a coffee shop in the centre of town to slam you with a letter that says, pay this or enter into a payment arrangement or we're going to take the next step. Now, I can tell you this, as someone that's been in business, small business in this region for 20 years, if I did that, I wouldn't have a small business now because every one of my clients would have gone elsewhere. If they didn't pay their bills within 4 weeks of me sending them an invoice or the due date on that invoice, I sent the debt collectors after them, banging on their door. Let me tell you, I would not have one client left. I would be out of business. This goes to the reputation of our council and our community. This will adversely affect on the reputation of our community, I believe. And I understand cash is king. We need cash flow. I understand that. We're going to have a hurting community. This is going to hurt. I don't believe it's appropriate to send debt collectors in after 4 weeks banging on the doors of our residents. What if they're away on holidays? And they don't respond to that letter within 4 weeks. They get back from a 4-week holiday, overseas, hopefully not. They've gone and stayed with the kids at the coast for 4 weeks and they come back and mum and dad pensioner have a debt collector banging on their door or pulling them up on the footpath in front of the neighbours. Is that the sort of council we want to be? I put that question to you. I'll say no more. Thank you, Madam.
Just to clarify, Mr Mayor, they don't get anything issued by the debt collector until they're actually 50 days overdue. They actually get a letter sent to them. First of all, they get a reminder note from council, and then they get a letter of demand issued by the debt collection, which I believe is posted to them. It's not actually served on them. They're not served until they're 50 days overdue on their rates.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I stand corrected. You're right. The letter's sent out in the mail and then the debt collector bangs on the door after, is it 50 days? Okay, so 50 days is, what are we looking at there, 6 weeks? 56 days. Okay.
After the 14 to 21 days.
Okay.
So it's actually probably 2 months.
So 2 months. So after 8 weeks of the due date, someone's banging on your door. I'm still not comfortable with that. I'll say no more. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Duff.
Yeah, so again, so I had the young couple and just really, I just couldn't believe that we would have been that tough to have the notice served to them. Obviously, it was 8 o'clock, after 8 o'clock at night, but it was actually the mum of the young couple was advocating on their behalf and just said, you know, they're struggling, they're trying to get, you know, their finances in order, and this happened to them, and they were like devastated. So I just think that we really need to look at this process, and I agree with the Mayor. So certainly that we need to give them a bit more time, particularly in that early process when they're you know, obviously struggling, and they just need that time to get that cash flow in order.
I recently also had a very similar case where a lady sent me a message. I rang her up. She was an elderly lady. She burst out crying. She was so worried. I put her in touch with the rates department. She has since sent me a letter thanking me very much, thanking the council. They were very good when she spoke to them, and she has organised a payment plan. So, you know, our staff are very good. And this is, I don't think anybody here is making this decision it's not an easy decision, but I believe that we are all caring people. We care for our community. And as I said, I don't want to see our community get into debt longer than they have to. Let's get them in there, get it worked out, and get that debt off them. Don't draw it out while we're all sitting here crying for them. The bottom line is that's not going to do them any good. It's a difference between sympathy and empathy. I feel for them, but let's get them in and get it sorted out. So, Councillor Henson, would you like to?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Just quickly, in some clarity, rates notices have been served, to my knowledge, in February and August for how long?
It's actually legislated, Councillor, yes, but I couldn't tell you how far back.
A long time. I'd suggest that needn't be answered, but a long time. Everyone is aware, and I know that our ratepayers in our community that actually pay their rates on time are pretty sure they don't want to subsidise anyone that's not paying their rates.
Councillor Jones.
Yeah, thanks, Councillor Erkins, Chair. Look, I've been in this chamber a couple of terms now, nearly 2 terms, and I've heard and witnessed where this council has said, yeah, let's get after these people, whatever, and we want the money, we chase the money and all that sort of stuff. What I'm hearing is there's 7 or 8 weeks or 56 days that before they get the letter after the initial from February through to the end of March on top of that. So look, and even when you get that first letter, like, you know, that's nearly 3 months. Nearly 3 months there, so you should respond. If you're getting a letter to say that you're in a bit of financial trouble and the council is offering payment plans and all that sort of stuff, like seriously, you've got to take a little bit of responsibility. And yeah, like it is embarrassing. And you know, like listening to the comments in the chamber there today, I am really concerned about what's going to happen at this next budget, because if we haven't got any income and we haven't got any inflow of cash, how the hell are we going to produce any level of service that we are to the community now that they expect on rates, rubbish, roads and water? We're getting hammered now. So I am really, really concerned with the comments that are happening in the chamber today as far as the budget talks looming in front of us. The way we're going, we'll have to cut our service levels in half. And then aren't the people of the bloody community going to be happy then? I fully support this motion where we sit now. So yeah, happy to go forward.
Thank you, Councillor Jones. Councillor Potter, sum it up.
2 minutes.
Yes, Mr Mayor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. I completely disagree, Councillor Jones. This is about cash flow, not about deficit. So cash flow does not affect one's operational budget. Cash flow is about your bank balance. Okay, so excuse me. So this is about one's bank balance. So I think we're muddying the water to say that the timing of cash flow impacts on our budget. It only impacts on our bank account. And to clarify, it's not 3 months, it's 8 weeks after becoming overdue. 8 weeks after becoming overdue, a debt collector will be knocking on your door or hunting you down the main street to issue you with a notice. I don't think that's the way that we want to do business with our residents, our ratepayers, our shareholders. Thank you.
Thank you, Councillor Pott. Sorry, Councillor Jones, I've allowed the Mayor to answer, so I'll allow you.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Okay, what I was referring to with the 3 months was the fact that the rates were issued in February, and I think you have until the end of March. Happy to be corrected. I just put it as a total from when they were issued. Yeah, your cash flow, your general rates, I'm sure that the general rates that come in certainly contribute to our operational budget. I'll happily be standard corrected there. And if that's not the case, I've been operating very poorly as a councillor. But I thought, and this is we're talking about rates here. So I think, correct me if I'm wrong, I'll stand corrected, but I thought that the general rates certainly go towards our operational budget, our cash flow and all that. And it does affect our cash balance and all that. But I thought the general rates contributed to operational. Correct me if I'm wrong, I'll stand corrected.
I'm happy to correct Councillor Jones. The rates revenue goes to our operational budget. The time at which we collect it impacts on our bank balance, not our operational budget. It only affects our cash at bank balance, which is a cash flow, cash bank issue, not an operational budget issue.
Thank you. I think we've had enough discussion. Councillor Potter, would you like to sum it up?
Yes, thank you. Before I do sum up, I do want to ask the one question that I asked before with regards to those notices we send out, with regards to what we can write on that, whether we can put, you know, for every $100 it's this much, yeah. Is that possible?
Thank you. Through you, Madam Chair. I'm sorry, Councillor. Yeah, I didn't specifically answer that, but what I was saying was that we will do up a draft and operationally and bring that back for consideration. But also the other question you asked me was about the timing. Can we influence that at all? And that's certainly something. Those processes are unique to the debt collection agency, but I'm sure if we negotiate with them or it's identified in a policy where we as a council or as a consumer client don't wish to have those services served after 6 p.m, I'm certain that they would oblige us with that. But we will negotiate with the debt collectors.
Thank you very much. Do we need to change that motion a bit if we're going to have that other information brought back through you, Madam Chair, through you, Madam Chair, to the CEO? Do we need to write that up, or is that going to be collected in the minutes, or?
No, yeah, practically, probably. We've been going on this one for a fair while now, and basically we've had a fairly long debate about an information report. So if you want a report be brought back to the March Standing Committee, if everyone's obliged with that, that would be the most practical solution out of it.
You okay with that, Councillor Henson?
Yes, thank you, Madam Mayor.
Okay, we're going to put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? 1, 2, 3, 5, 4 against, 2 against. So it's coming up to 3 o'clock. Councillor Potter, would you like to give your community development report?
I would love to,
Then
Madam
we'll break.
Chair.
Sorry, then we'll break for a tea break.
That's so you can all think about everything I just say. So I would like to, first of all, let's discuss health. So Council recently hosted the patient travel stakeholder meeting, and presentations were provided by Darling Downs Hospital Patient Study Scheme Manager, Graham House and Murilla Community Centre. The roundtable discussions were able to identify key gaps in each service provided and reinforced that patient travel for all demographics over a range of medical services was needed to support the South Burnett community. And as a follow-on from that, can I just say that Graham, from that meeting, Graham House and Purses Travel have actually joined forces and are working together in this space, which is just amazing. So, and I just don't think that would have happened if we hadn't had that meeting. So thanks again to Margie for organising that one. Don't forget the community grants are open. This includes the Regional Arts Development Fund. We've also got round 2 with the local build small grants and the facade improvement program, which is now open. And the community development team have hosted another series of information sessions in Kingaroy, Blackbutt, Proston, Wando, Mergen and Anango. And these were all very well attended. And nominations are now open for the 2023 South Burnett Regional Council Youth Council, with applications already coming in. The new team will hit the ground running, partnering with your town and CTC to facilitate after-school activities and participating in the Youth Leadership Weekend Conference scheduled for April this year. And there are 3 members of the 2022, the inaugural Youth Council members, staying on for a second term of council, which is wonderful. The community development team are also busy preparing for a big year ahead, with several community-focused events planned for the year 23, including partnering with our local medical students to present a travelling health roadshow in late February and celebrations for Harmony Day. With the library services, so the South Burnett Libraries are making Library Lovers Day all about community. The service will be celebrating for the whole month of February by giving one lucky library lover the chance to win a night's accommodation for 2 in a villa at the Jolgi Peterson Dam. So to be in the draw, community members simply need to borrow a minimum of 20 items during the month of February from any South Burnett Libraries branch and submit their loan docket as an entry form. Customers can even let us know what they love about their library on the back of the loan form for extra brownie points. Not an extra night, just extra brownie points. So this competition started on the 1st of Feb and closes on the 28th of Feb. And the winners announced will be announced on Wednesday, the 1st of March. Just having a look at the quick stats, you can see with new members, in January 22, we had 629. So from July to January 23, we've got 746, which is an 18.5% increase on new members. Now that is just incredible to our library staff. We probably need more staff in there now, I'd say, with that. Visitation, that's a plug for the budget. So with visitation, we've got 83,072 for July to January 21-22, and then July to January 22-23, 9,257, which is an 8.5% increase. And then you've got the Tech Assist, which is a hands-on where our staff actually help people with support with their tech pieces. It was 273, it's now gone up to 310, which is a 13.5% increase. So that is just incredible, and thank you to our library staff because they do a lot in that space for our community. And we've got local stories with Gary Morgan. So local resident Gary Morgan's been writing his family history for prosperity to pass down to the next generation, and he will share his childhood experiences in England and how after family emergency they ended up in Kenya. I'm still figuring that one out. I need to read the book. So his time in Kenya from 48 to 61 includes some fascinating stories and anecdotes. So join Gary at the Kingaroy Library on Friday the 17th at 10 a.m. That will be very interesting. So Tech Help, the Library Mergen will commencing the basic Tech Help sessions from late January 23, and the lessons will include an introduction to computers, email, internet, tablets, mobile devices, use and much more. So and classes will be by appointment on Thursday afternoon between 2:15 and 3:15. And also library staff will be hosting the Tech Debunks outreach sessions at Arana on Thursday the 16th of March from 9:30, and topics covered will include how to navigate the internet safely and how to use tablets and phones. And it's great that we've got our library staff going out to these organisations and helping all these different organisations with regards to the tech. I would just like to point out, I left this one to last specifically because this is coming up, and we've got the library staff currently working with our disaster management team to provide a series of special storytime sessions hosted by you all, the South Burnett Regional Councillors, and the sessions have been scheduled for March. You should all have it in your diaries by now, and it will be held at the Blackbutt, Kingaroy, Mergen, Nanango, Proston and Wondo libraries. So each story time will feature a birdie tree book, which have been written by Andrea Baldwin to assist young people in dealing with big emotions that can be experienced due to natural disasters. And a big thank you also to Andrea because she's actually supplied each library with a set of birdie books and puppets. So I'm looking forward to seeing all the councillors with their birdie books and the puppets in the libraries in March. So, and please take photos and share them because that should be very interesting. I'd like to move my Community Development, Arts, Heritage and Library Services Portfolio Report be accepted. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Seconded by Councillor Henson. Mr Mayor, do you have a...
Thank you, Madam Chair. I just want to thank Councillor Potter for that report, and I would also like to thank Officer Margie for the work that she did in getting such a big group of people together to consider a patient travel system between Kingaroy and particularly Brisbane. That issue was brought to me by elderly residents in the community, and I was pleased to bring that to Council on behalf of those residents and really appreciated Margie's support in getting those people together. I'd also like to acknowledge Councillor Duff in facilitating an agreement between Graham House and Purses Coaches to get a much better outcome for people travelling on the bus system. Well done, Councillor Duff. I know you worked hard in your division to get those two talking and to reach an agreement, and I'm sure that's going to be a much better outcome for everyone involved. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Councillor Duff.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I did attend that meeting with Andrew Dascombe and Marie from Graham House, and the outcome is a good news story because Marie has travel vouchers, an unlimited amount of travel vouchers. So Graham House were not able to provide, because I had the idea that maybe they could provide a carer to travel with the patients, but what Marie was able to articulate was that the reason why they've got so many volunteers is they like to drive the patients to Brisbane and then they go shopping while the patients then do see their doctors. Whereas if they actually travel with them, it would be just totally committed to that particular person to see them get onto the train and then take them to the doctor and then back onto the train. And so she said we wouldn't be able to get volunteers. But what she did say was there's a lot of capable people that could go by themselves, or even if they took a carer, they have those transport vouchers, travel vouchers that they can give to both the carer and the patient, or if the patient wants to go on their own. And Andrew was able to say that the it's a lot easier now. It's so clear, you know, the transitions aren't like it used to be. There's, you know, the stops, it's a lot easier. And once they do it once, he's sure that they'll be able to continue to do it. So it was a good news story, and Marie was very excited to work closely with Andrew, because that's something that hasn't happened. So it's a good news story and a good outcome. So thank you to those who helped, Margie particularly, and those who helped to facilitate that particular meeting. Thank you.
Would you like to go to the vote on that? All in favour? Carried unanimously. So we've got a 9.2 community and lifestyle operational update. We might just do that and then we'll break for afternoon tea.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins. I'd just like to present the operational update for December and January, and happy to answer any questions.
So would someone like to move that be received? Councillor Shoemaker, seconded Councillor Potter. Does anyone have any? Councillor Duff, a question?
Through you, Madam Chair. Yes, I did. I did mention to Manager Leanne that with the QE2 park and the fence around it now, and there seems to be no action, and the community they're really anxious to get that park finished before they have the Anzac Day ceremony and the Easter Fair, which is in early April. So Manager Leanne was able to explain to me that there's still, even though it looks like there's nothing happening, that they're actually doing, there's people going in and scoping where the underground lines are and stuff like that. So I'm going to provide that feedback to the community, particularly tomorrow at the business breakfast. But I've been told that they will not have it finished for the Easter Fair, which is going to be an issue for the Mergen community, because they close that street and run that Easter Fair. So I'll have to alert them tomorrow morning at the breakfast that's probably not going to happen. So just wanted to flag that. Thank you.
Thanks, Councillor Duff. Mayor Otto?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Just in relation to capital works updates, Tipperary Park, I've had some people in the Nango asking me in the street about timeframes around that. Do we have an update? Happy to take a question on notice. I know we were hoping to get it finished for the start of the year. Any updates on when the work's likely to start and or be completed? Thank you.
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, we'll just need to take that one on notice. So I think that's with the planning design team at the moment, just finalising some. And I think I've missed a call from James Darcy, which would be about that project. So we'll just have to take that one on notice.
Thank you. If there's no one else wants to speak, we might, all in favour? Carried unanimously. We might break now until 3:25. Someone like to move that? Moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Henson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. So I'll move that we resume the meeting. Can I have a second? Councillor Henson. All in favour? Carried unanimously. So we're now on to 9.3, the minutes of the Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee and the terms of reference. Moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Henson, that's received. So, is any? Oh, sorry.
Oh, sorry. I just, excuse me, Madam Chair. I just want to do a thing with regards to this. So there's a couple of points that have been brought in here with regards to a quick response round, and also because the quick response round is really important for some of our artists, because at the moment we only have the 2 rounds, one in February and again one in August, the same as our community grants. But there are certain things that happen throughout the year that these people can't apply for. So hence the idea of opening up a quick response round. Thank you.
If there's no further discussion on the, all in favour? Carried unanimously. The Art, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee, the change in membership. So there is a request to appoint proxy members to Art, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee. Valerie Matthews for the Nanango Theatre Company, Fran Van Verschel for the Kingaroy Art Gallery.
Excuse me, Madam Chair, you've missed 9.4.
Oh, 9.4, sorry. The Art, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee change in membership. The committee recommended council that Jonathan Fernley's expression of interest be accepted as Nanango Theatre Company's replacement for Valerie Matthews on Arts, Culture and Heritage Advisory Committee. Moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Duff. So we'll just take that straight to the vote. If there's no one, any comments, all in favour? Carried unanimously. So then the request to appoint proxy members to the Arts, I would presume then that Valerie Matthews, she's there still there as a proxy? Okay. Valerie Matthews is a proxy for the theatre company, Nanango Theatre Company, Fran Van Verschel, the Kingaroy Art Gallery, and Kerry Lloyd as a community representative. Have someone move that motion? Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Henson. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Community Development, Health, Youth and Senior Citizens, a patient transport stakeholders meeting minutes. The officer's recommendation is the committee recommends to council that the information of the report be noted. Have someone move that motion? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Potter. There's no further feedback. We will move to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. 11 has been dealt with, so we'll go on to the Tourism VIC Sport and Recreation Commercial Enterprise Portfolio Report. So that's my report, and that is attached there to the agenda. So I would like to move that my report be accepted. Is anyone going to second it? Don't all jump up at once. Councillor Jones seconded it. I'd just like to add on that I went out yesterday and looked at the mountain bike track at Gordonbrook, and Councillor Shoemaker and I were just kicking ourselves that we didn't take our bikes. Otherwise, we would have gone for what's the name? Councillor Henson was going to time us. So, and if you believe that, you believe anything. So, but I'm very happy with my report. The visitor information centres are going well. It's great to go out and see that great facility out there. Fabulous to see the work that's gone into that. And if everyone's happy with my report, sorry, Councillor Duff.
Through you, Madam Chair. Just on the Coolangatta sale yards, I know in the report here there was an incident with a cow, but I've had feedback, and I don't know if any other councillors have, but about the troughs, that they're in the middle of the yards instead of being in the corners, and cattle are actually getting into the trough and then jumping back out, making the water like unpalatable for the beast, and also that this is almost like a safety issue, and the yards are getting very wet. And I'm just wondering, is it possible to actually whether we move those troughs from the middle of the yards to the corners? Because it seems like it's a design fault, so I'm just wondering. Thank you.
Thank you. Through you, Councillor Erkins, I'm happy to consider it. It's not an issue that's been brought up at the last working group committee meeting, so I think if it's okay, we bring that issue to the next agenda of the working group meeting and bring a report back with some budget estimates because it would be work that's outside the current operational budget.
To you, Madam Chair, yes, absolutely, but this has only been reported to me since we had our last working group meeting, so happy to have it on as an agenda item. Thank you.
Mr Mayor?
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Just to clarify that point, I have been speaking to representatives from GDL who have used the sale yards, and they did indicate, just to clarify, that it's just in the selling pens where the new the troughs are good, new troughs are good, but it's just the location as cattle are actually going in through them, walking through them sometimes. I think they're concerned about the animal welfare issues there, so it'd be great if we could follow that up. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Sorry, Councillor Hinchin?
Thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I was at the last sale. There was some conversation around that, and I can appreciate where and why those troughs were put there, and it was talked at one of our Coolabunga Sale Yards working groups that those troughs were put there because in the event of something else happening at Coolabunga Sale Yards, that there's no more. They are reusable. To reposition them is a major job because of posts and the size of the troughs. The easy fix there, if there is an ongoing issue there, is just to put a different petition. What's happened there, they've just worked with what they've had to get that operational as quick as possible. The mesh covers that were on the floats originally were animal welfare hazard as well. They've been rectified and put galvanised sheeting across them, so no animal's foot can actually get caught in there. So I think in time, and certainly at the next working group, or if there's more issues or complaints raised about it, it can be addressed. But that being said, great result there to have those troughs, new troughs in there. They split the yards. One trough does 2 yards, so they're efficient and they're reusable in the event that something happens or progress in the Coolabunga Sale Yards down the track.
Thank you, Councillor Hinchin. I'd just like to also take this opportunity to thank my manager of the tourism, sporting and recreation. I've attended a couple of meetings. I've been very, very impressed with how Jennifer conducts herself and works through issues. Thank you. So put that to the vote. All in favour? Carried unanimously. The Nanango Regional Area Map. So this is a map that is, there was some talk of it being moved some time ago. It's a map that's adjacent to the Visitor Information Centre, and I know there was talk at one stage that that whole sign was going to be taken from there and moved into Reg McCallum Park, and they were going to put a new sign up at the information centre with attractions. So I don't actually know what happened there. Is somebody going to move? Sorry, are you moving that motion? Moved by Mayor Otto, seconded by Councillor Potter. Mayor Otto?
Yeah. Thank you, Madam Chair. This matter was raised and discussed at the last NATTA meeting, and I indicated to the NATTA committee that I'd bring it forward to council. Subsequent to that, they then emailed our Mr. CEO and our staff, and hence we've got this recommendation. The committee, just to give a little bit of, I suppose, context around this, the committee, of course, are facilitating the 175-year celebrations, and they were just concerned that the map is it's quite faded, very hard to read, and in fact, no longer necessarily reflects the region. There's been changes to it. So the map would not need to be just refreshed, but would also need to be updated. And they just asked if we could do that in consultation with them to make sure that we do get that right. So thank you, Mr. CEO, for bringing this forward. And I'd certainly like to commend the recommendation to the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you.
Councillor Potter.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Look, I'm fully supportive of this. I actually thought this was on the agenda to be done because I had discussions previously with Councillor Froloff about this, because when they did up McKell Park, I was even shown where it was going to go on the fence between the park and the police station. So I'm actually probably at a loss as to what what happened and why it didn't go forward. So I'm really glad to see that this is actually finally being done and moving forward. Thank you.
There's no further discussion on that. Can we please go to the vote? Would you like a right or reply? Okay, we'll just go to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. Commercial enterprises, sale yards, dams, aerodromes and cemeteries. Jennifer?
Thank you, Councillor Atkins. So there was just several committee resolutions and a question of notice from Councillor Jones with regards to the Coolabunnya sale yards. So I just thought to just try and put it all into context that I'd give sort of as much information as I had on hand. So I guess with regards to the washdown facility, looking at an upgrade. I know originally I believe the intent was about FPOS and having FPOS as part of the washdown facility. However, the resolution when I sort of went back with just said upgrade. So I've included some, I guess, some preliminary information about if you want to go down the line of moving to a recyclable and capture and recycle option, or whether you would like to just do some desludging out there to increase capacity. Probably would put a request for quote out just to seek some guidance on what that would cost to get somebody in to analyse our options, so I can bring you back I guess a full budget or plan in the 2023-24 capital works considerations, or further budget conversations, and the rest is just to be of the report is to be noted for information. Happy to answer any questions. Thanks.
We have somebody like to move that report be accepted. Councillor Henson, second Councillor Potter. Are there any questions? Mayor Otto?
Yes, thank you. Just a quick one. Thank you, Manager. Thank you through you, Madam Chair. I've been at the yards quite a few times and had talks to the truckies that do the washouts in the bay. Just wondering, as part of our process, we request a quote be sought for the investigation of the current washdown facility. When we actually go ahead and appoint someone to do that investigation, just wondering if we can put some community engagement around that in terms of particularly engagement with the users, the truck drivers, and if that's something we can build into our process. Probably just a question on that. Thank you, Manager.
Through you, Councillor Atkins. Yes, Mr Mayor, happy to pin community engagement into the investigations to see what meets stakeholders, and happy to use Council's community engagement framework to do that.
So there's no further oh, sorry, Councillor Jones.
Yes, Chair. I just one comment in regards to item 1 there. Is it beneficial for us as council to hold off considering the conversations that the councillors have had in regards to the Coolabunnya sale yards moving forward? So is it worthwhile hanging off until some sort of a decision is made in regards to the conversations we've had before we start looking at this moving forward? Just something to consider.
Comments, anybody? Councillor Henson?
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, Councillor Jones, it has been discussed, and I can direct this at Manager O'May, that previously when discussions were held around the Coolabunnya sale yards, things just stopped there in the event of a possible tenders being called or the sale of it. And I thought at that meeting it was discussed that rather than just leave the sale yards and any propositions or proposals to improve the facility in some shape or form be shelved, we continue to work as operate as normal. Would that be a fair comment, Manager O'May?
Yeah, through you, Madam Chair. Yeah, I suppose that was probably the issue with last time we held off on maintenance works and that. So, yeah, I think definitely you would want to, before you committed funds to actually, or committed to upgrading washdown or whatever you're looking at doing there, then you want to be clear with the future of the operations out there. But there probably is a bit of investigation and that won't hurt to have on this, so we are probably better informed even, when we are considering the future direction of the yards.
Yeah,
Councillor Henson.
thank you, Madam Chair. Yeah, and I think in the event of any improvements to the facilities out there would only enhance in the event of it going out to sale or tender or be offered in some shape or form down the track rather than just sit on our hands there.
Thank you. Councillor Henson, you have no closing comments? Oh, sorry. Sorry, Councillor Sherman.
You're all right, you're doing a good job. Yeah, certainly I appreciate the report and the level of detail here. It's actually really good to see the comparison of the fees and also understand the different levels of service offered. I think we've come a long way in the last little while in terms of trying to get a bit of a strategy around that giant task, which is the maintenance of the facilities, particularly after there hasn't been investment in them for such significant investment in them for such a long time. I really would like to see more information about that washdown facility. Really do appreciate the report and can see how important those facilities are to our local users of the sale yard, but also all local people involved in the agricultural industry who may benefit from that facility. So I think the report is good, and I'm looking forward to more information about this so that we can make an informed decision about the way forward. Thank you for bringing it forward.
Mr Mayor.
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Just in terms of Councillor Jones' comments, I haven't got a notice of motion on the put forward in relation to the future for Coolabunnya sale yards. Was coming to February, but I've just asked Mr CEO if he could defer that until the March meeting to give us more time to consider our community engagement strategy in advance of that motion, and also, of course, to give us time to consider it. So just wanted to bring that to the attention of the committee. Thank you, Madam Chair.
So if there's no further discussion on the matter, we'll go to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. So the next we've got the portfolio, regional development, development services, community and social housing.
Thank you, Councillor Erkins, and thank you to the team for preparing the report. Just in short, certainly I would like to acknowledge the planning and building team. Over the period from the 1st of December to the 31st of January, they've held 4 pre-lodgement meetings and received 142 customer requests, which is enormous. They've also received 3 development applications for material change of use, one being a dwelling house, a renewable energy facility, solar farm, and major electricity infrastructure battery energy storage system, and a minor change to allow food preparation on site and for pre-packaged food to be sold, a reconfiguration of a lot, 2 applications. This is really exciting. This is the infill development and the outcomes that we really want to see generated from the development incentive scheme. So there's been a subdivision, 1 lot into 31 lots, and a boundary realignment, 2 lots into 2 lots. I just think those opportunities to use existing infrastructure and achieve more residential lots is really exciting for our region. Operational work, there's been 1 development application, plan sealing, 2 applications, and an application received for the development incentive scheme. There's an update there in relation to the amendments that we've been prepared and are currently with the Department of State Development, Infrastructure, Local Government and Planning. They've issued a notice to pause the timeframe under the Minister's Guidelines and Rules on the 23rd of November. Council's received the first state interest review on the 28th of November. An informal meeting of council officers and state representatives was held on the 23rd of January to seek clarification so that the responses to the state matters raised can be prepared. The new coordinator for development services, David First House has commenced on the 16th of January. Welcome, David. Thank you for joining the team. And the vacant planning officer position has also been advertised and will close or has closed on the 3rd of February. And as for community and social housing, following the announcement late last year of Council's partnership with Regional Housing Limited and the Queensland Government, it will see us construct 2 new social housing units in Kingaroy. Council's continuing to liaise with Regional Housing Limited to pursue additional projects, which is very exciting, with Council previously offering several allotments as options to explore. Work continues behind the scenes to scope and refine development proposals, including planning and funding applications. And we'd certainly like to thank and acknowledge the team for the work on that. That is a really one-of-a-kind kind of relationship that is celebrated by Regional Housing and certainly South Burnett Regional Council. So really looking forward to achieving more outcomes in that space over the year ahead. Thank you, Councillor Erkins. Move that my report be accepted.
Thank you. Seconded by Councillor Henson. Is there any questions from anyone?
Chair, if I just may, just as of correspondence received 7th of February, which was yesterday, the state has advised that it's continuing to pause the planning scheme amendment, and the new restart date would be, if they honour it, 22nd of March 2023. And the purpose of the pause is to provide additional time to resolve the outstanding state interest matters. So they've got it continued on hold.
Mayor Otto.
Yeah, thanks very much, Madam Chair. I just thanks, Councillor Shoemaker, for the report. Just wanted to bring anyone in the meeting or watching attention that CTC have a sustaining tenancies program, and that young Nick Krautz, I've known Nick most of his life, he's a good fellow. Young Nick is running that and managing that program. If you have issues with tenancy, managing tenancy, you have issues with obtaining tenancy or long-term accommodation or the processes involved, they offer that service at CTC. Nick's a great guy, he can help you out. The number's 4162 7788. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Is any more? Sorry.
Yes, absolutely. Thank you for mentioning that, Mr. Mayor. That was a direct outcome of the housing forum that we held here in the South Burnett in October last year, which is wonderful. The state has come forward and actually provided some funding to enable CTC to help people at risk or experiencing homelessness or struggling, particularly young people, struggling to get tenancies, to provide them on the ground support, which CTC had been doing without the funding. And now that they have some funding and support, they're able to offer a much better service. So that's a really exciting outcome. And I'm really looking forward to continuing that local housing action plan in partnership with the Department of Communities. Thank you.
Thank you. If there's no further comments on the report, can we please show a hand to accept it? Carried unanimously. So the Development Services Planning, Building and Plumbing report is here. Is this...
Yeah,
So-
through you, Madam Chair.
Thank
Yeah, I'll
you.
just say this. Yeah, just the operational update, just the statistics on number of planning, building, plumbing applications received over the month, and as you can see from the figures, yeah, as mentioned earlier in the day, continue to just be strong demand for applications right across the board. So yeah, the team haven't really seen any slow up in those applications rolling in. So yeah, they're just presented for council's information.
Someone like to move that that report be accepted? Move Councillor Potter, seconded Councillor Shoemaker. Comments from anyone?
Yeah, thanks, Madam Chair. Just a quick one. In terms of regional development, it's always good to see things coming back to life in our region. I'd just like to acknowledge the new owners of the Tingura Hotel. Went past there on Friday and Saturday night, and they had a packed house. Great to see the Tinny Pub back up and alive and doing well, and welcome them to our region. Also, the Wando Hotel is probably, we're told by the owners at the Business Network meeting we were all at the other morning, probably a few months away. I guess their plan is to hopefully be open by the running festival in June. But the new owners that have come to town have bought and are developing the Wando Road Hotel are doing a lot of refurb to bring it back to its former glory. I think that's going to be great for the community of Wando. And I've received a message today to say that the Cumbia Hotel has got new owners that are going to be opening it soon too. So great to see some of those good news stories happening around our regions. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Mayor Otto. Anyone else have anything they'd like to add? I can tell you that the commercial hotel in Nanango has new leases in there, and the Palace Hotel is closed. So anyway, if so we'll vote on the committee's recommendation. All those in favour? Carried unanimous. Did you vote for that, Brett? I didn't. Carried unanimously. So we're up to 15.2, which is a list of correspondence pending completion of assessment report be received. Someone like to move? Moved by Councillor Shoemaker, seconded by Councillor Potter. Comments? Councillor Shoemaker.
Just wonderful to see that real strong pipeline of interest in those smaller subdivisions there, and those reconfiguration of a lot applications just keep coming in. So that's really good to see. I think that really is making a difference on the ground. So as always, enjoy the report, and you can see our team's very, very busy with a whole raft of developments.
Thank you, Councillor Shoemaker. Any further comments on this? Would take the resolution to the vote? Carried unanimously. So, right. Questions on notice, which is, sorry, delegated authority reports. The officer's recommendation is the delegated authority report be received. Somebody like to move that? Moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by anybody? Councillor Shoemaker. It's getting late. So is there any comments to be made on this? So we'll put it to the vote. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. 16. Questions on notice. So the response to the question is regarding rates notices raised by Councillor Potter be received and noted. Where is the response? Where is the? So can we have someone move that the response be received? Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Shoemaker. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. I've just got to get my further instructions. Okay. So council are going to be moving into closed session. Moved by Councillor Henson, seconded by Councillor Duff. All in favour? Carried unanimously.
Back into open council. Item 17.1. Recommendation is that the report be received for information. Do we have a mover? Thank you, Councillor Potter. Seconded, Councillor Henson. Speakers to the vote. Those in favour? Carried unanimously. Thank you all. Sorry, carried 6-0. We'll now bring back Mr. CEO and Chair Madam Chair, Councillor Erkins, thank you.
So we're on to item 17.2, CTC land transfer. The committee recommend to council, in accordance with the Local Government Act 2009, Section 257, council delegate to the Chief Executive Officer of Council the power under Section 262 in brackets 3 of the Act to negotiate and agree in principle to terms and conditions of a contract for the disposal of the Kingaroy Enterprise Centre and building assets to community organisation South Burnett CTC in accordance with Section 236 of the Local Government Regulation 2012 for future consideration and or approval by council. Do we have someone to move that motion? Moved by Councillor Potter, seconded by Councillor Duff. Any speakers on the motion? We'll put the motion to the vote. All those in favour? So unanimous. The RRR Motorsports request for cancellation of permit to occupy. The officer's recommendation is that the report be noted for information. Have a mover for Councillor Henson, seconded by Councillor Schumacher. Any discussion? There's no discussion. We'll go immediately to the vote. All those in favour? Unanimous. A request to change date of the Yalki-Peterson Dam fishing competition, that item 17.4 lay on the table until the February ordinary meeting of council. So moved by Councillor Duff, seconded by Councillor Henson. All those in favour? Unanimous. The Creative Country Association Incorporated Mergen Ancient Songbird Centre, that the committee recommend to council that council advise the Creative Country Association no, it's wrong.
Sorry, through you, Madam Chair.
Yep.
I had an alternative motion.
Yep. You got that, Kimberly?
So that we write.
Yep.
That we write to the
Minister for Tourism and the CEO of Tourism Events Queensland on behalf of the Creative Association seeking the supporting the 150,000 funding, or is that he wanted?
Well, do we write seeking the 150,000?
Supporting their, aren't we supporting their application for?
I don't know whether they've actually got an application in or whether they're actually asking us. The letter.
If I could
Yes,
speak,
yes,
Madam Chair.
Mr. Mayor.
Yes, thank you. My understanding was that they have asked us to. They've asked us to approach the Queensland government. I don't believe that they are independently submitting an application. So I think the expectation was that we would write to the Queensland government seeking funding for this as an important tourism project for our region, was my understanding as to what they were seeking from us. So I think your motion you spoke to before, Councillor Duff, was that we write to the Minister and Tourism Events Queensland seeking funding assistance on behalf of the CCA.
That's exactly right. So that's the wording there, seeking $150,000 funding to complete the project. That's the exact wording, yes.
Can we have a move of the motion, Kathy? Councillor Duff, seconded Councillor Potter. Anyone like to speak on the motion? We'll vote on the motion. All those in favour? Carried unanimously. So the meeting closed. Who had their money on 5:25? Meeting closed at 5:20. Oh, do I have to get someone to move that? I just closed that. And thank you very much for your patience.